Chapter 722. Yellow Heaven Emperor Ancestor Feng Xian took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind of distractions. He looked at the distant afterimages of two golden streams and said, "All right, let's stop chatting and carefully sense the power of the primordial Dao Emperor. This is the opportunity left to us by that senior." Upon hearing this, the remaining 5 people fell silent and began to carefully perceive their surroundings. Immediately, they all became excited. Indeed, it is the destiny of the primordial Dao Emperor, so vast and overwhelming. Was that senior also a primordial Dao Emperor? Nonsense, have you forgotten? Second brother was directed to the path of the great Dao by that senior. It's to make him walk the same path. Perhaps that senior purposely showcased the power of the primordial Dao Emperor to us, so we could gain stronger determination. That's certainly possible. One day I will possess the same demeanor as that senior. The 5 cultivators did not say much more and soon immersed themselves in a state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, the blood prison great saint had already returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless. Having ventured out for so many years, his return brought a sense of nostalgia for what was lost. The speed at which he returned from the path of the great Dao was incredibly fast. He felt as if he had only blinked, and he had been separated from his sworn brothers forever. Even though he had achieved the status of primordial Dao Emperor and possessed might that swept across realms, he still couldn't fathom how his master could carry him and Zue across such a vast distance instantly. "Master, what realm was that person in earlier?" Zue followed beside Guan and asked curiously. The fight was too swift for him to catch the details, leaving him puzzled. "Heaven-balancing golden immortal realm." Guan responded while glancing at his attribute panel. The ascension of over 1,000 great cultivators to Yellow Heaven provided him with nearly 40 trillion years of lifespan, surpassing tens of thousands of years of accumulation. At this moment, a disturbance had already occurred within the Yellow Heaven, as these cultivators left behind their destinies within Yellow Heaven. If they perished, Yellow Heaven would detect it no matter where they were, especially since the true body of Immortal Emperor Buyuan died within Yellow Heaven. "Heaven-balancing golden immortal realm," Zue murmured, memorizing this realm's name. He hadn't heard of this realm before, indicating that aside from his master, no one else in the dojo had reached this realm. The blood prison great saint snapped out of his thoughts, took a deep breath, and caught up with Guan and Zue, his heart filled with excitement. He was satisfied with his completion of the task, and he looked forward to sparring with an Xian again. This time, he was determined to win. As Guan answered Zue's questions, he transmitted a message to the other Wuxia disciples, asking them to prepare to listen to the blood prison great saint's lecture. An Xian was just a step away from becoming a primordial Dao Emperor, and the others were still pursuing this path. The blood prison great saint's lecture could inspire them. In the vast world covered in yellow sand, towering peaks stood as if they were the pillars of the world. On one of the most magnificent giant mountains, a huge palace sat atop, bathed in majestic golden rain. Inside the palace, figures sat cross-legged on stone seats, surrounded by yellow sand, arranged in an orderly fashion. At a glance, it was hard to tell how many people were present, each with an extraordinary aura. Sitting at the forefront was an elder, 10,000 feet tall, clad in a loose Daoist robe. His right hand held a finger to his chest, his white hair flowing, and 3 bright suns floating behind his head, illuminating the grand hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was very tense, as the cultivators of the Yellow Heavens secretly transmitted their thoughts to each other. Immortal Emperor Buyuan is dead, cursed by a powerful force of cause and effect. Although his true body was within Yellow Heaven, his avatar took people to the path of the great Dao. "I need someone to explain." The elder in the Daoist robe slowly spoke, his tone cold. "Sir, the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He was the master of Yellow Heaven, the Yellow Heaven Emperor ancestor." Once he spoke, someone immediately stood up and said, "Ancestor Emperor, I sent my disciple to investigate the primordial Dao Emperor. I instructed him to act cautiously, but unexpectedly he acted recklessly and offended a supreme being. If this matter brings trouble to Yellow Heaven, I am willing to take responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, several others stood up, expressing their awareness of the matter. They all believed that the primordial Dao Emperor could change the layout of the Great Dao, hence supporting Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan's investigation of the primordial Dao Emperor. The Yellow Heaven Emperor ancestor squinted his eyes and asked, "Primordial Dao Emperor? How does he compare to the Daoist Emperor?" As he spoke, he began to deduce the primordial Dao Emperor, and was surprised to find that the primordial Dao Emperor's destiny had already spread on the path of the Great Dao, and even some great worlds harbored his destiny. Just sensing this destiny, he felt its potential rivaled that of the Daoist Emperor. Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan's master began to narrate his understanding of the primordial Dao Emperor, with others adding their insights. They mentioned many names, all of whom were pursuing the primordial Dao Emperor, with the most notable being the Xuanji Emperor. The reputation of the Xuanji Emperor's prodigy was renowned on the path of the Great Dao. He switched allegiance from the Daoist Emperor to the primordial Dao Emperor, causing a significant impact. After a while, when the hall quieted down, the Yellow Heaven Emperor ancestor slowly said, "Select 10,000 disciples to enter the path of the Great Dao and pursue the path of the primordial Dao Emperor. Remember, it is to pursue no other tricks. As for the matter of Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan, set it aside for now." "Yes, ancestor." Everyone in the hall responded in unison. They did not feel wronged, as Yellow Heaven had stood tall this long not by seeking revenge for every grudge. To be able to use cause and effect on the path of the Great Dao to penetrate Yellow Heaven's destiny and slay Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan, no one wanted to oppose such an existence, not even Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan's master. The Great Dao is long and filled with obstacles. Dying on the path is too normal, the living are what matter most. In the autumn season, Guan was watering flowers in the Daoist field of the beginningless. Besides picking medicinal herbs, he occasionally did other chores. No one expected him to pick medicinal herbs, at least all the disciples believed he simply liked rural life, possibly related to his experience before immortal cultivation. An Exine suddenly appeared beside Guan, her expression complex. She asked, "Master, is the primordial Dao Emperor really that powerful?" Yesterday, she had sparred with the Blood Prison Great Saint, and the two had fought to a draw. This left her deeply shaken, as she previously believed her Immortal Emperor's eye was invincible, the most powerful divine skill of her master. Although she aimed to become a primordial Dao Emperor, in her heart he was merely icing on the cake, not comparable to the power of the Immortal Emperor's eye. She pondered all night but couldn't figure it out. Little did she know, the Blood Prison Great Saint had locked himself away, also spending all night unable to understand why he couldn't defeat an Exin. The Blood Prison Great Saint decided never to venture out again, thinking that cultivating with his master was more promising. The primordial Dao Emperor is just a type of destiny power, varying from person to person. You don't need to antagonize it, it can make your Immortal Emperor's eye stronger. You can become the primordial Dao Emperor, but the Blood Prison Great Saint cannot cultivate the Immortal Emperor's eye. Guan casually replied. The Immortal Emperor's eye was a secret inheritance. In the entire Daoist field of the beginningless, only an Exan inherited it. Others were not even aware of the term Immortal Emperor's eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, The Fall of the Immortal Gods. After hearing her master's words, an Exan felt justified and immediately relaxed. Indeed, why should she fear the power of the primordial Dao Emperor? Why doubt the Immortal Emperor's eye? As long as she becomes the primordial Dao Emperor, the Blood Prison Great Saint could never be her match. Master, aren't you teaching the other disciples to cultivate the Immortal Emperor's eye? An Exine asked curiously. She wasn't afraid of other disciples knowing it, but she felt that if all Wuxia disciples could master such power, the future of Wuxia would be limitless. Guan replied, the Immortal Emperor's eye brings immense trouble and is not suitable for everyone to cultivate. He has many divine skills, there's no need for every disciple to master all his Daoist techniques. Moreover, the Immortal Emperor's eye isn't something that can be easily cultivated. Back then, he passed it on to an Xian just to try it out. Unexpectedly, an Xian showed great comprehension in the immortal emperor's eye. Seeing Guwen had made up his mind, an Xian stopped dwelling on the issue. She asked several questions about the primordial Dao emperor and left satisfied after getting the answers. Guwen continued to stroll in the medicine garden. Even if no one was watching him, he needed to maintain such habits. Since Wuxia Dojo became lively after Sin, and now with the return of the blood prison great saint, life could be described as chaotic. The third-generation disciples were all curious about the experiences of the blood prison great saint, and the blood prison great saint also wanted to share, eventually forming a bond with the third-generation disciples. Spring passed and autumn came. 500 years flew by quickly. On this day, in a Qiankuan sect tavern, Guwen and the unbeaten emperor ancestor were drinking together. He planned to let the unbeaten emperor ancestor take back the 20 unbeaten emperor clan prodigies. He had called them earlier to help Qiankuan sect establish its foothold. Now Qiankuan sect was nearing its end and no longer needed them. The unbeaten emperor ancestor asked, "Master, why not let them stay and establish a sect? If you need them in the future, you can command them anytime." Guwen laughed and asked, "Haven't your unbeaten emperor clan been facing troubles recently? Don't you need their power?" The unbeaten emperor ancestor was secretly alarmed. Guwen could see the situation in the primordial emperor domain even though he stayed in the celestial spirit great world. "Master, you jest. If the unbeaten emperor clan needs these juniors' power to overcome difficulties, we wouldn't be worthy of the emperor clan title." The unbeaten emperor ancestor shook his head and laughed. Guwen understood the unbeaten emperor ancestor's thoughts. This arrangement was to strengthen their relationship and to leave seeds behind. The unbeaten emperor clan had left their bloodlines in all 3,000 great worlds as a precaution. Guwen thought for a while and said, "Fine, let them stay in the celestial spirit great world. They can develop their own sect, even compete for dominance, but if they commit evil and threaten the great world itself, I won't allow them to act recklessly." The unbeaten emperor ancestor was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately raised his cup to thank Guwen. Guwen turned his head to look at the street outside. The bustling Qiankuan sect disciples walked hurriedly, keeping their distance from each other. The whole street lost its usual liveliness, filled with a tense atmosphere. The unbeaten emperor ancestor also turned his head to look, sighing, "Prosperity and decline are also part of reincarnation. Our emperor clan has experienced it too, even faced near extinction several times." Guwen chuckled softly, "Indeed, it's all reincarnation. When you come next time, you won't see the current scenery." The unbeaten emperor ancestor thought deeply about Guwen's words, feeling there was more to it. Then, Guwen continued drinking with him, exchanging 3,000 great worlds' intelligence. About the competition for the Son of Heaven, Guwen had already informed the unbeaten emperor ancestor. The unbeaten emperor ancestor had been paying attention over the years. The primordial emperor domain does not belong to the 3,000 great worlds. Often immortal gods descend into the domain, and the unbeaten emperor ancestor learned through his connections that there was indeed a competition for the Son of Heaven. Who these two sons of heaven were could not be determined for now, but the unbeaten emperor clan knew which planes and sects were involved. Even if it was an intricate conspiracy, destined to be wiped out by Zongtian, some still chose to enter the fray. Guwen patiently listened, driven mainly by curiosity. When it involved the celestial court, he couldn't completely foresee the fate, but he could already see the chaos of the 3,000 great worlds in the future. That calamity would expose many hidden great powers, even causing the fall of immortal gods. When he saw the scene of immortal gods falling, it meant he had the qualification to observe the cause and effect of the celestial court. As his cultivation level grew stronger, the mysterious veil of the celestial court would gradually be lifted in his eyes. The two talked for a long time, until dusk, then the unbeaten emperor ancestor bid farewell. He had to instruct those 20 juniors first. Guwen leisurely walked towards the street. Walking along, he encountered someone, none other than Li Ya's sister Li Xuanyu. Since discovering Guwen near Qiankuan sect, Li Xuanyu had stayed in the Qiankuan sect and was now considered part of its high echelon. Their meeting on the street was no coincidence. Gu Wen had calculated she would walk this street. Li Xuanyu saw him without surprise. Their frequent encounters over the long years made her accustomed. Each time they met, Gu Wen would provide her with some opportunities or guidance. After numerous encounters, she realized these coincidences were Gu Wan's deliberate intentions. "Are you about to reveal Qian Kuan's sect's future to me?" Li Xuanyu asked curiously as she approached Gu Wen. In recent centuries, the internal strife of Qian Kuan's sect escalated. Yuan Luo acted domineeringly, offending many people. Some rose while others fell. Upon confirming Yuan Luo's absence of connection to Wuxia, opponents began to unite. Li Xuanyu had already seen signs of internal turmoil, but with Wuxia nearby, she remained unafraid. Like the old days in the Supreme Sect, regardless of the storm, the supporting Dao Sword Venerable always emerged to fortify and settle the turmoil. Qian Kuan's sect is about to disperse. Are you planning to return to the Taizong dynasty or join the Wuxia sect? Of course, you can have other choices and prepare in advance. Gu Wen spoke. He and Li Xuanyu had congenial conversations. Back then, when he wasn't strong enough, Li Xuanyu introduced him to managing cave mansions, providing him more lifespan channels. Perhaps these events had faded from Li Xuanyu's memory, but he remembered them. Throughout his journey, though lacking many enemies, few people actively helped him before he demonstrated his strength. Gu Wen could see through the essence of the red dust, valuing those acts of kindness. Li Xuanyu asked, "Can I really join Wuxia?" She hesitated, feeling undeserving as she believed she couldn't help Gu Wen much. Seeing her expression, Gu Wen suddenly had an idea. What if he cultivated Li Xuanyu to be stronger than Li Ya? What would Li Ya's reaction be if he got defeated by his sister in combat? Sir the Nefire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gu Wen found it interesting. Li Ya and Li Xuanyu were siblings. Their sparring would not harm their relationship. Gu Wen wanted to see Li Ya's frustrated and surprised expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724. Surpassing the Celestial God. Of course you can. You don't need to overthink it, but there's one thing you must understand. Once you join Wuxia, it's not easy to leave. To attain the Tao, you must endure long, monotonous years. Gu Wen smiled at Li Xuanyu. If Li Xuanyu didn't want to join Wuxia, he wouldn't force her. Li Xuanyu nodded and said, "I understand. Following you will undoubtedly grant me power beyond all beings. If left unchecked, it could become a catastrophe for the human world. Freedom and power, one must choose between the two." Is that how you understand it? That's not entirely wrong. In truth, the reason Gu Wen constrained his disciples was simply because they were too weak. Going out too early would likely bring troubles beyond their ability to resolve. He didn't want to always be the one cleaning up after them. "You came to invite me personally, how could I refuse? Could you give me some time to handle matters within my sect?" Li Xuanyu looked at Gu Wen and spoke softly. People around them couldn't hear their conversation, nor did anyone look their way. This wasn't the first time Li Xuanyu noticed this. Each time it happened, she felt a sense of shock and incredulity. Gu Wen had no objections. They exchanged a few more words before passing by each other. At the same time, on the other side of the human world, in a mountain forest, there was a wooden house where Li Xianyu, who had grown up, was carving a wooden sword with a small knife. He wore white clothes, a black shoulder sleeve draped over his right shoulder, and his hair was tied behind his head with a grass rope. His defined features were filled with spirit. Clang. The door of the wooden house was pushed open. An elder in a green robe walked out, his face looking rather displeased. He didn't glance at Li Xianyu as he passed by, transforming into a white light that disappeared at the edge of the celestial vault. Li Xianyu didn't mind and continued carving the wooden sword in his hand. Liu, dressed in black, walked out from the house, stretching lazily in the sunlight. He sighed and said, "Disciple, why are there so many ambitious people in this world? The Tao court is a lesson from the past. Trying to unify the world is incredibly difficult." Li Xianyu, with his back to Li Ya, responded, Dao Court didn't fail. They dominated for many years. It was they who chose to dissolve. The major sects in the world might just be renamed Dao Court cultivators. Even with the fall of Dao Court, there are still Xianting and the Immortal Court. They continue to enjoy the world's resources. Liya glared at Li Xianyu and grumbled, "Brat, do you expect me to lower myself to those sects and become their lackey? Of course not. If you must join an immortal cultivation sect, it should be Wuxia. You should follow Master Gu," Li Xianyu replied without turning his head. Ever since he witnessed Master Gu's prowess, he always wanted to join Wuxia. Unfortunately, Liya would not go. He understood his master's pride. Men, after all, tend to be proud. If Master Gu were a generation above him, it wouldn't be such a problem, but they were peers. Liya snorted, "Wuxia is undoubtedly an excellent place. Do you think I don't know that? You have no idea what's on your master's mind." "Indeed, I don't. I only know that without me accompanying you, who knows when you might get seriously injured again." "Nonsense, last time was an accident." "Hee, let's say it was an accident. Without me carrying you, you would have already been reincarnated." Li Xianya's words nearly drove Liya mad. This kid was becoming more and more disrespectful. Liya regretted acting impulsively back then. He hadn't figured out his opponent's background before making a move. He wasn't afraid, just that head-lost face in front of his disciple, making him uncomfortable. "Stop carving that wooden sword. Come, I'll take you to the sword sect for a visit. Don't you want a divine sword? I'll fulfill your wish." Liya stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite pleased with himself. Upon hearing this, Li Xianyu immediately stood up, looking at Liya with joy. Liya enjoyed this look. This was the attitude a disciple should have. The sword sect's reputation now shakes the heavens. Chen Chuan of the sword sect is the #1 sword cultivator in the world. According to you, he counts as my senior brother. Can I ask him for some guidance? Li Xianyu flashed to Li Ya's front and asked expectantly. Li Ya's eyes widened in anger. "Is his sword Dao better than mine? You brat, are you trying to betray me?" "Of course not. I just want to gather the strengths of all sects to create my own sword Dao," Li Xianyu said earnestly. In truth, he believed that Liya wasn't a match for Chen Chuan. Since Chen Chuan had stepped into the free immortal realm, he had never been defeated. In fact, since his rise to fame, he had never lost a battle, unlike his master, whom he had seen lose with his own eyes. Every time he thought of his master, bloodied and on the brink of death, he felt a heartache. Once, Liya was an invincible existence in his mind. Even Master Gu was not considered a match for him. His master's defeat shattered a belief in him. Of course, he wouldn't reveal these thoughts, afraid of hurting Li Ya's feelings. He still respected Liya, for Liya was the most chivalrous person he had ever seen. Liya had saved many suffering people like him, never seeking anything in return. Li Ya's last injury was also because he couldn't stand seeing the strong oppress the weak. Just as well, the sword sect is holding the world's #1 sword assembly. I'll challenge him, so you can see who's stronger, Liya snorted, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Chen Chuan's fame was immense. Wherever he went, he heard sword cultivators bring up this name, sparking his curiosity. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Guan, but could he not even defeat Gu An's disciple? The world was vast, filled with countless great powers. As a master, he needed to remind his nephew about this. Li Xianyu opened his mouth, wanting to refuse, but in the end he swallowed his words. Forget it. With Master Gu's influence, Chen Chuan wouldn't harm his master. Above the sea of clouds, figures clad in silver armor, radiating the strong light of the heavenly Dao, stood like mountains. Most of their faces were filled with excitement. Zhang Buku and Su Yu were among them, feeling their celestial Dao destiny as their emotions remained stirred. Is this the power of the immortal gods? Truly powerful. Zhang Buku looked at his own hands and said softly. Su Yu glanced at him and said, "This is just the beginning. We have only initially obtained the celestial court's destiny. Our cultivation levels will grow rapidly from here, eventually reaching the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. If you seize the opportunity well and advance to the golden immortal Dao fruit realm, you will become a true celestial god. Heavenly soldiers aren't qualified to call themselves immortal gods yet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku looked up at the celestial vault. There was a boundless mass of golden clouds, and above the clouds, the celestial calming god looked down at them as if a ruler gazing upon his creations. Looking at the celestial calming god, Zhang Buku recalled the humiliating defeat he experienced on the path of the great Dao. So-called celestial gods were nothing special. CTH Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His goal was to surpass celestial gods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725. The Battle of Wuxia. Zhang Buku was still thinking about the future, and other heavenly soldiers were also yearning for it. They had endured the trials of reincarnation and finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Just as they were immersing in the powerful destiny brought by the heavenly Dao, the overwhelming pressure of the celestial calming god suddenly erupted, suppressing the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. All heavenly soldiers looked up, their smiles fading from their faces. You have endured countless hardships and finally become true heavenly soldiers. Now, I will tell you a piece of good news. The celestial calming god's voice echoed above the sea of clouds, making all the heavenly soldiers tense. Good news? They didn't believe it. Instinctively, they thought there would be another trial. Some heavenly soldiers even showed signs of resentment. Why is the path to immortality so difficult? 2 sons of heaven will use the 3,000 great worlds as a chessboard to engage in a grand game. You will follow me to support one of the sons of heaven. The sun is the child of the celestial emperor. This game will involve many immortal gods. If the sun we support wins, you will all benefit, and some of you may even directly become celestial gods. This is a rare opportunity, one that I have never encountered. The celestial calming god's words reached the ears of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, making them fantasize wildly, and some even began to whisper among themselves. A contest between the sons of heaven. It starts again, truly relentless. Su Yu marveled. Zhang Buku glanced at him and asked in confusion, You even know about the contest between the sons of heaven? Su Yu replied, I heard about it from a senior. The contest between the sons of heaven always uses the 3,000 great worlds as a chessboard because the 3,000 great worlds have no deep foundation. Songtian can easily restore them. Many sons of heaven, to prove they are more suitable to be the celestial emperor, will rally support and engage in a battle that attracts the attention of the celestial court. Zhang Buku asked in surprise, Can the position of celestial emperor be hereditary? In his view, the celestial emperor was the strongest among the immortal gods. How could the position of celestial emperor be passed down? Moreover, the reason human imperial power is passed down is because emperors die. But the celestial emperor is the most powerful immortal god. How could he die? Who knows? Maybe the celestial emperor is just toying with them. But there are always some sons of heaven who believe it, Su Yu responded. Zhang Buku felt strange emotions. He felt as if Su Yu was mocking the celestial emperor. Standing on the colorful clouds, the celestial calming god gave Su Yu a deep look, then scanned the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and said, The 3,000 great worlds will be divided into 2, led by celestial gods. Before the grand contest begins, the strength of both camps will be equal, overseen by high-ranking immortal gods. This is a rare fairness. You all have a 50% chance of winning, the rest depends on your efforts. His voice was like heavenly thunder, deafening. A heavenly soldier couldn't help but ask, If we lose, what will happen to us? Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With this question, many heavenly soldiers immediately echoed, questioning the celestial calming god. Having finally become heavenly soldiers, they had to face another trial. Who could bear it? If we lose, I will be punished along with you. Don't worry, your celestial court destiny won't dissipate. You just need to make amends. With the destiny of the celestial court, you all are immortal and indestructible beings. The celestial calming god's answer calmed the heavenly soldiers' unease. Zhang Buku noticed that Su Yu seemed to be mocking the celestial calming god. Could heavenly soldiers die too? Zhang Buku was deeply worried. He wasn't afraid for his own safety but was concerned about the calamity that could cause even heavenly soldiers to fall. How terrifying would that be for all living beings in the Great Thousand Worlds? He was still concerned about the celestial spirit great world and those old acquaintances. Before this grand contest begins, I will personally preach to you, so you can quickly improve your cultivation level. Strive to reach the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm before the grand contest. The celestial calming god's voice echoed again, and this statement excited the heavenly soldiers. In any case, being able to quickly improve their cultivation level was an immediate benefit. Time flew like an arrow. 300 years passed swiftly, and the Qiankuan sect eventually erupted into internal strife, causing the 9 spirit continents people to suffer. Guan dispatched an Xian to expel all cultivators of the Qiankuan sect. In the courtyard, Guan was planting medicinal herbs. Li Xuanyu followed behind him, curiously asking, "Can an Xian alone drive out the Qiankuan sect?" The current Qiankuan sect is not simple. Not only Li Xuanyu, but Yi Qingshan and 4 others had also moved into the Daoist field of the beginningless, each establishing their cave mansions. Once they arrived at the Daoist field of the beginningless, Li Xuanyu and Yi Qingshan were all surprised. They didn't expect that the Daoist field of the beginningless harbored so many powerful figures and talents. Not to mention the strength of Blood Prison Great Saint Lv Xian, the Celestial Demon Child, and others. The talent of the 3rd-generation disciples was visible to the naked eye. Even in the Qiankuan sect, they would stand out. Before Guan could answer, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the horizon, like a celestial curtain, attracting Li Zuanya's attention. Her expression changed slightly. She sensed An Xin's presence and an extremely domineering power. Her abilities are indeed not enough, but she has a Dao treasure refined by me. Guan casually replied, tomorrow he could expand the Daoist field, extending its range to cover the entire 9-spirit continent. In the future, the people of the 9-spirit continent would also benefit. With the rich spiritual energy and Dao intent within the Daoist field, even those who don't cultivate would become stronger over time. Dao treasure. Li Zuanya's heart was filled with curiosity. She had heard of Dao treasures. Many years ago, the disciples of Wuxia had emerged and saved all living beings. The power of the Dao treasures became renowned throughout the world. But could an Xen alone expel the entire Qiankuan sect with just one Dao treasure? Suddenly, she felt an extremely terrifying and chilling aura, as if it would pierce through the celestial vault. She recalled Yuan Luo's face in her mind. She could confirm that this powerful aura came from Yuan Luo, though she didn't expect Yuan Luo to be this powerful. Ancestor! A female voice came, and Shangguan Xian'er quickly ran over. Guan immediately said to Li Xuanyu, Senior Sister Li, you don't need to worry. Go back and cultivate. Li Xuanyu didn't think much, bowed, and left immediately. Shangguan Xian'er came before Guan, mysteriously pulling out a book and said, Ancestor, this is my painstaking work. It will definitely surprise you. Guan glared at her, took the book from her hand, and sternly said, Can't you focus on your cultivation? Shangguan Xian'er giggled, I am cultivating diligently. Just take a look first. You'll look at it later. Guan stuffed the book into his robe and continued planting. Shangguan Xian'er's eyes rolled, and she sidled up to Guan, saying, Ancestor, if you are satisfied with it, could you teach me a divine skill? I also want to compete for the rankings of the 3rd-generation disciples. Within Wuxia, there was always competition, from the 2nd-generation disciples to the 3rd. Every 1,000 years, a comparison was made, and currently, Nzizai was still the strongest among the 3rd-generation disciples, while Shangguan Xian'er was ranked among the last 3. Why the sudden desire to cultivate divine skills? Guan didn't immediately agree but asked instead. Shangguan Xian'er pouted, Aren't I listening to your advice to cultivate diligently? Guan smiled and said, You want to go out and establish a sect? Xianxia hurriedly explained, "Ancestor, I'm not going out immediately, but in the future. I still want to serve you for thousands of years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 726, World Gate of 10,000 Realms. Twilight approached. After an Exen returned, Guwen ceased instructing Xianxia in her divine skills and sent her away. Guwen and an Exen stood shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. An Exen softly said, "Master, that Yuan Luo will probably become a great calamity for the world. Although I expelled him, I could feel his strength and hatred. He harbors an endless supply of terrifying power within him. What do you wish your master to do, kill him?" Guwen retorted. Guwen had witnessed the battle between Yuan Luo and an Exen. If not for Yuan Luo borrowing the origin power, he would have been no match for an Exen. Defeated this time, Yuan Luo would be deeply agitated and continuously awaken the origin consciousness until he became a true chaos grudge Luo. Yuan Luo's life had its share of sins, yet which immortal cultivator's hands are not stained with blood. He also had his own merits. Whether he is good or bad depends on the perspective. An Exen shook her head and said, "Why would I think like that? How could I outright ask you to kill him? What I want is for you to capture him. I will discipline him and help him let go of his obsessions. I fear he will drag the Qianquan sect into an abyss of eternal damnation." She knew very well the depths of the waters in the celestial spirit great world. If things went too far, it wouldn't just be Guwen, even the celestial gods could intervene, and Yuan Luo wouldn't be able to contend with them. Yuan Luo sought to dominate the world with extreme methods and had a fierce and combative style. He did not tolerate any betrayal, causing the Qianquan sect disciples to be unable to leave the sect. If they tried to flee, they would be pursued and killed. Over time, an Exen felt the consequences would be dire. She had coexisted with the Qianquan sect for millions of years and had developed feelings for it. She didn't want the Qianquan sect to meet a tragic end. Subduing Yuan Luo could bring a dignified close to the sect, and perhaps, with a new sect hierarch, the Qianquan sect could continue its legacy. No need for that. These trials are part of the Qianquan sect's fate. They have received too much of our protection and do not need to be sheltered through to the end. Instead, you should think about how to treat the continent's all living beings in the future. Guwen replied, quietly choosing to activate the lifespan dojo. Please select the range of your dojo to be established. A prompt appeared, and Guwen expanded his mind to cover the entire 9-spirit continent. 100 billion years of lifespan is required. Do you wish to continue? 100 billion years of lifespan. Previously, establishing the dojo required 5 billion years of lifespan. The 9-spirit continents area was over 200 times larger than the current dojo. To Guwen, this cost was worth it. Here the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He chose to continue without hesitation. In an instant, nature's spiritual energy suddenly halted. An Exen noticed this and swallowed her prepared words, frowning as she looked around. This was the dojo. How could something unexpected happen? An Exen looked at Guwen, who was smiling, and her anxiety completely eased. Master, what is going on? An Exen curiously asked. Guwen smiled and said, I have expanded the dojo to cover the entire continent. In the future, your range of free movement will be even greater. An Exen pursued, does this mean that all living beings on the continent will be able to enjoy the spiritual energy and Dao intent of the dojo? Guwen had previously mentioned he would expand the dojo. At that time, she thought it was just an expansion of the range and didn't expect the Dao intent and dense spiritual energy to extend as well. Such immense merit. An Exen could already imagine the future prosperity of the 9-spirit continent. She even began to envision the glory of Wuxi's expansion. The current Wuxia had too few people. The spiritual energy of nature only halted for a few brief moments. Soon, the earth began to tremble, and vast spiritual energy gushed forth from deep underground, causing all living beings on the continent to feel tense. Even many great cultivators residing in seclusion in the mountains were alarmed and fled. The seas at the edge of the continent began to fog up, gradually shrouding the continent. The twilight became even more melancholic. Years flew by, and 200,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The nine-spirit continent had now become a mysterious legend. Over the long years, some sects had tried to explore it, but were repelled by a mysterious force. Occasionally, some cultivators inadvertently intruded but were soon escorted out. These experiences, however, became unforgettable for them and birthed numerous legends about the Wuxia continent, symbolizing hope and representing a paradise, even suggesting the meaning of an immortal land. Crossing the vast fog over the ocean and entering the nine-spirit continent, the magnificent landscape of mountains and rivers unfolded like a painting, with demon birds soaring in the sky. Everywhere one looked, cultivators could be seen flying. Majestic and bustling cities were scattered across the continent, each region forming its own world. Yet, the original area of the Daoist field of the beginningless remained a forbidden ground where other beings were not permitted to trespass. In the courtyard, Guwen stood in front of the artifact refining cauldron, manipulating the Taiqing true fire. Shenzhen sat nearby, practicing her skills, while an Exen stood behind Guwen, reporting the current situation. The number of living beings is increasing. At this rate, trouble will eventually arise. We can't simply expel some of them as they are all related. An Exian spoke softly, frowning slightly. The human world must not be without a ruler. The Emperor of the Nine-Spirit Continent would offer tribute to the beginningless. Currently, the third-generation disciple Nzizai was responsible for liaising with imperial authority. Nzizai's cave mansion was established in the imperial city to serve as a warning to the imperial power. Thus, despite the passing of 200,000 years, the Nine-Spirit Continent had not fallen into chaos. Guwen replied, "No need to worry. In a few days I will establish the World Gate, allowing them to freely travel and explore. Their life and death will be their own responsibility." The World Gate? Can it connect to the myriad worlds? An Exian asked curiously. Yes, it is a Dao treasure. I will use destiny as the screening criterion to prevent external beings from infiltrating through this gate. Gu An's lips curved upward. The World Gate was his proudest creation in recent years. It could connect to the 3,000 great worlds and even some special realms. It was also a formidable Dao treasure, almost impossible for even a Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal to destroy. Master, aren't you afraid of exposing the beginningless? An Exian asked with a smile. Since when has your master ever feared? Guwen responded with a hard tone. Now, he indeed had some confidence. Moreover, the beginningless had no intention or capability of overthrowing the celestial court. What was there to fear? The master and disciple chatted for a while, then an Exen went to summon the third-generation disciples to give a lecture. Having become the primordial Dao Emperor and as the second-generation disciple, she always kept a close watch on the cultivation progress of the third-generation disciples. She hoped that every disciple would possess great strength and not disgrace the Wuxia or their master. After an Exen left, Shenzhen opened her eyes and looked at Guwen. Although I have not yet reached the level of primordial Dao Emperor, I am seeing more and more of the scenes regarding that disaster. She was referring to the great contention for the Son of Heaven, which was no secret within the Wuxia. Oh, what scenes have you seen this time? Guwen casually asked. He could also see the cause and effect of the great contention for the Son of Heaven, with the figures of numerous immortal gods already appearing in his vision. Zhang Buku, Tian Hao, and Zhu Shi would all be involved, seizing the opportunity to rise during this catastrophe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727. The True Immortal. I saw an immensely large black hole appear above the void of the great Tao, from which many evil demons surged out, flying toward the 3,000 great worlds. They looked incredibly terrifying, beyond description, and even in my dream, I felt a sense of despair and suffocation. Shenzhen frowned, recounting the feelings from his previous dream. Gu Wen was not surprised, for he had witnessed the same scene. Those demons, like Chaos Grudge Luo, originated from the outer heaven chaos. As for why they descended upon the 3,000 great worlds, Gu Wen had not seen it for now, but he could confirm it was related to the heavenly court, because he saw a thick celestial Dao destiny in that black hole. Shen Zhen continued to speak while Gu Wen was refining treasures, listening intently and occasionally responding. An hour later, Gu Wen left the courtyard alone, walking down the mountain path, admiring the scenery along the way and looking toward outer heaven. The misty Immortal court was preparing to intervene in the struggle for the position of Son of Heaven, seeing it as a rare opportunity, prompting Tian Hao to prepare for battle early. Since joining the misty Immortal court, Tian Hao had undergone many trials and tribulations, which overall had gone smoothly, making him now one of the most prized prodigies of the misty Immortal court. His identity as the reincarnation of the Son of Heaven had not yet been exposed. But in the future struggle for the position of Son of Heaven, Tian Hao would awaken his origin consciousness and revert to the Son of Heaven, though whether he could return to the heavenly court remained uncertain. Looking at Tian Hao, Gu Wan's eyes reflected the image of an Hao. Although Tian Hao still had him in his heart, Gu Wen could feel their bond as master and disciple was weakening, the distance growing further. When Tian Hao regains his identity as the Son of Heaven, it will be even harder for them to meet. Time really turns familiar people into strangers. Gu Wen did not feel upset. This change only prompted him to reflect, and he rather enjoyed such a taste. He had raised an eagle, watched it grow, and now saw it soar into the sky. Search * the novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The cause and effect in the world are intertwined, intersecting and diverging, leading to different destinies. Seeing through destiny, enjoying every connection. After looking at Tian Hao, Gu Wen turned to other old acquaintances, such as Jiang Qiong, Li Xiandao, the cultivators of Human World Peak, and others who had become almost strangers. 1,680,000 years had passed. Of the old friends from back then, less than 1/10 had survived, but those who lived to this day had become individuals of great power, commanding respect. Looking at them, Gu Wen reminisced about the past. With higher cultivation, Gu Wen could see more causes and effects, equating to possessing many memories. Past memories constantly compressed, although never forgotten, they were easily overlooked in daily life. He did not want to forget his path. Ever since breaking through to Xian Qi Primordial Immortal, Gu Wen could feel his state of mind changing. His immense power caused him to gradually become indifferent to many things. The distinction between immortals and mortals was real. Just as mortals cannot empathize with plants and trees, this arose from a fundamental difference. Gu Wen finally understood why heavenly court immortals were so indifferent towards all living beings. Immortal and indestructible, their absolute power allowed them to witness any transformation in the world. To them, everything was meaningless, only alterations in their own status held significance. To Gu Wen, the blooming and wilting flowers along the way symbolized individual lives. Gradually, with each step he took, the surrounding scenery began to change. When he stopped walking, he found himself in a field, golden rice paddies reflecting sunlight, with a village in the distance, and smoke rising softly. Gu Wen turned to look at an elderly farmer working, smiling as he asked, "Old man, you're still working at such an age? Where are your children and grandchildren?" The elderly farmer, dressed in patched clothes, bent over and appeared to be 70 or 80 years old, moving slowly, sweat dripping down his face like tree bark, seemingly unconcerned. Upon hearing Gu Wen's words, he stopped his task, slowly turned to face Gu Wen, his eyes squinted into lines, toothless mouth revealing a kind smile, replied, "Though I'm old, I still have strength. As for my children, they were taken by demons in the mountains years ago. I have a grandson, though. He's studying, aiming to achieve scholarly honors soon. How could he do such heavy work?" Gu Wen nodded slightly upon hearing this. The elderly farmer curiously asked, "Where do you come from, young master?" Having lived for so many years, he had never seen someone as finely dressed as Gu Wen, with such outstanding temperament, resembling an immortal. Of course, even if he were a true immortal, the farmer would not be excited. He had seen through life, ready to embrace the end at any time. Guan smiled, saying, "I come from the east, longing to traverse the world, to see all the scenery in this human world. Passing by here, am a bit tired. Old man, do you mind if I chat with you?" The old farmer smiled, said, I don't mind. Why not come to my home? Though I have no fine wine or dishes, I can offer you something to quench your thirst and fill your stomach." Guan took 2 steps forward, sat on a mound, smiling, "No need, I'll just sit here and chat with you." The old farmer tried to straighten his bent frame, leaning on his hoe, smilingly watching Guan. "As I traveled, I encountered many immortal cultivation sections. Why don't you let your grandson pursue immortal cultivation but instead scholarly honors?" Guan asked. The old farmer shook his head with a smile, saying, "What's good about immortal cultivation? His parents once pursued immortal fate, but sadly, they lacked spirit roots, returning disappointed. They were captured by demons due to their unwillingness to accept this, stealing the demons' treasure. I don't want my grandson to follow their path. After all, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. If my grandson had immortal fate, his parents would not have been rejected by immortal cultivation sections. You seem to have an open perspective. But what does your grandson think?" "He probably wants to pursue immortal cultivation, but for now, to please me, he's aiming for scholarly honors. He wishes to establish a family and career to prevent our name from being extinguished." Guan and the old farmer conversed casually, as if discussing mundane matters, with no particular purpose, talking about whatever came to mind. He not only listened but shared his encounters along the journey, making the old farmer marvel at the vastness of the world. After chatting for about an hour, Guan finally stood up. Standing on the mound, under the sun, he stretched lazily, while the old farmer watched him, smiling without feeling sad about the impending parting. "Old man, when your journey ends, we shall meet again." Guan looked down at the old farmer, smiling softly. The old farmer paused, asking, "Are you really an immortal?" Guan replied, "Compared to me, you are the true immortal." The old farmer showed no joy or confusion upon hearing this. He continued to wear his kind smile, wiped the sweat from his face, said, "Is that so? If true, then that's wonderful. This way, I can bless my grandson with success in scholarly honors." Guan turned to leave, leaving behind a parting message. Once you become an immortal, you might not care for it anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Great Immortal Divine Essence, Xianyuan Human Venerable. After wandering the human world for half a day, Guan went to the Daoist dynasty as a guest. Li Xiandao still sat firmly on the emperor's throne. In the hearts of the people of the Daoist dynasty, he already represented Songtian, and no one dared to challenge his authority. Perhaps due to his friendship with Guan, Li Xiandao had always been considerate and loving towards his people. Although there were internal conflicts within the Daoist dynasty, the general populace remained loyal to him. Guan could hear people's inner voices and see through anyone's essence. Yet he never judged a person's worth based on their inner thoughts. Everyone's heart has a dark side. As long as Li Xiandao did not commit any great evil, Guan could tolerate it. Recently, Li Xiandao had his own troubles, not for the affairs of the Daoist dynasty, but for his own cultivation. He too had reached the Zizai immortal realm and needed to undergo the reincarnation tribulation to advance further. However, this tribulation was not a matter of a day or two. Once he embarked on reincarnation, the world would certainly be thrown into chaos. His princes numbered over 100,000, and many had already gained great notoriety. If he disappeared, it would surely cause significant trouble. To this, Guan could only guide him in pursuing the path of the primordial Dao Emperor. Li Xiandao had previously obtained the chance of the primordial Dao Emperor by accident but gave it up due to insufficient comprehension. Now, hearing Guan personally say that the path of the primordial Dao Emperor was the correct one, he had no choice but to reassess this opportunity. Guan only guided and did not go all out to assist Li Xiandao. He had already helped enough. Without him, Li Xiandao would not have reached where he was today. If Li Xiandao could not hold on to imperial power, it meant it was destined to be given up. Gu An's days were so simple, planting and harvesting, playing musical instruments, practicing calligraphy, painting, and occasionally visiting old friends. Though plain, he did not find it tedious and fully enjoyed this kind of life. 10 years passed by in the blink of an eye. It was near noon on this particular day, and Zizai led a man up the mountain toward Gu An's courtyard. Along the way, third-generation disciples Lu Zidao and Li Qing happened to be descending. Upon seeing Zizai, the two immediately greeted him. Zizai nodded without saying much and continued up the mountain with his companion. Lu Zidao and Li Qing fixed their gaze on the person behind Zizai. They had never seen him before, but his profound aura indicated he was no ordinary being. After a while, Zizai led the man into the courtyard and respectfully bowed to Guan. Guan was lying on a rocking chair reading a book. He spoke softly, "You may leave." Zizai immediately retreated. Shenzhen, who was meditating in front of the artifact refining cauldron, turned his head and gazed at Tai Immortal Monarch. Standing beside Guan, Tai Immortal Monarch had reverted to his true form. The Dharma aspect behind his head swayed slightly, exuding the demeanor of an immortal god. Guan flipped over, tucked the book into his robe, and smiled at Tai Immortal Monarch. He asked, "How about it? Do you still think about your grandson?" Tai Immortal Monarch's expression was indifferent, vastly different from the old farmer he appeared as 10 years ago. It was impossible to associate the two. Having gone through so many lifetimes, how could I hold onto attachments in each one? Tai Immortal Monarch replied. He paused and said, "Before becoming an immortal monarch, I had already experienced countless reincarnations. If one intends to erase my divine nature through reincarnation, it is impossible, not even I can change it." Guan stood up, turned his head towards the courtyard entrance, and motioned for Tai Immortal Monarch to follow. Tai Immortal Monarch said nothing and followed Guan. They did not walk far, merely to the cliff outside the courtyard. Guan looked at the rainbow between the distant mountains and said, "You came to this world because you favored the Son of Heaven reincarnated here, right? Now, with the 3,000 great worlds about to face a struggle among the sons of heaven, yet the one you chose is still caught in the red dust. What do you think about this?" "A struggle among sons of heaven?" Tai Immortal Monarch raised his eyebrows, unsurprised, and sneered, "Those two sons of heaven indeed couldn't suppress their ambitions." Guan turned to him, waiting for him to continue. "Those two sons of heaven are the great immortal divine Yuan and Xianyuan human venerable. Their cultivation levels are not among the best, but their mothers are favored by the celestial emperor. Lacking in talent, they thought to play a game with the 3,000 great worlds. They are overconfident. In my view, neither stands a chance." Tai Immortal Monarch snorted coldly, clearly holding those two sons of heaven in disdain. Guan asked with a smile, "Then what do you think of the son of heaven you wish to support? Does he have hope of becoming the celestial emperor?" Tai Immortal Monarch responded, "No son of heaven can become the celestial emperor. The reason I chose him is that I believe he will eventually return to the celestial court and be favored by his majesty. Eventually, he will become the war god of the celestial court. This is my opportunity. If that's the case, then stay in this world. I will pave the way for you in the future." As he spoke, Guan took off a string of wooden tokens from his waist, the transformed forms of the 72 immortals of Jin Dong, and tossed them to Tai Immortal Monarch. Tai Immortal Monarch looked at Guan with deep meaning in his eyes and cautiously asked, "Do you intend to enter the celestial court, or do you have other plans?" Guan was extremely powerful and of mysterious origins, so he had to be cautious. Even if he offended Guan, he could rely on the celestial court's destiny to remain immortal, but if Guan intended to oppose the celestial court, it would cost him his life. Immortal gods might compete for their own interests, but when it came to the safety of the celestial court, they would all stand united. This was one of the functions of the celestial Tao destiny. Rest assured, I have no intention of opposing the celestial court. Tian Hao and I merely have a coincidental connection. During your reincarnation, his immortal god mentor, eternal life venerable, came and offered me a chance to ascend to immortality, which I gave to another of my disciples. Of course, you can leave now if you wish. It's entirely up to you. Guwen said with a smile. With Yang Jian's ascension to immortality, his conflict with the celestial court was less significant. Once Tai Immortal Monarch returned and understood the situation, he would probably not dare to oppose him further. Of course, his confidence also came from his own cultivation level. Though he couldn't say he was invincible, there weren't many in the celestial court who were stronger than him. Tai Immortal Monarch smiled bitterly upon hearing this. He believed Gu Yan's words and merely thought his previous actions were too obsessive, or more accurately, too arrogant. I am willing to stay, and the 72 immortals of Jin Dong will remain as well to see what we can leave behind for this human world. Tai Immortal Monarch said, not out of sudden kindness but knowing that with a terrifying great power like Guwen here, the celestial spirit great world was bound to transcend the 3,000 great worlds and become a higher plane. He was willing to add glory to this and show goodwill to Guwen. Guwen did not reject this. Looking ahead at the mountains and rivers, he smiled and said, "Look, is this human world's scenery really so inferior to the heavens?" Tai Immortal Monarch looked into the distance and replied, "Heaven and earth are the most perfect creations of the great Tao, each possessing its own beauty. But immortal gods live too long, and everything eventually loses its novelty. It's not just immortal gods, every Daoist feels the same. Don't you think so?" Here the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729. Walking ahead of everyone, the words of Tai Immortal Monarch drifted away with the gentle breeze, leaving no trace in the heavens and earth. Following his gaze, Guwen softly laughed and said, "Perhaps when you master your divinity, you can reach a higher level." These words caused a change in Tai Immortal Monarch's expression. The two then fell silent, quietly gazing into the distance. After a stick of incense's time passed, Tai Immortal Monarch finally bid farewell to Guwen, who did not ask him to stay. Only after Tai Immortal Monarch left 9 Spirit Continent did Guwen turn toward his own courtyard. With this turn, a new chapter in the human world began. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, like the vast sea rushing by, never to return. This year, Guwen's lifespan once again broke through to 1,000,000,000,000 years. He utilized this lifespan breakthrough to teleport to other places for further breakthroughs, but after spending nearly all but 3,000,000,000,000 years of his lifespan, he only reached the late stage of the Xianxia primordial immortal realm, still far from the perfection realm. The late stage of the Xianxia primordial immortal realm is vastly different from the early stage. Guwen felt reborn, and reaching his current height while still sensing such a gap demonstrated the enormous disparity between the late and early stages. Guwen returned to his dojo but did not directly go to his residence. Instead, he wandered around 9 Spirit Continent. The towering world gate pierced the clouds, visible even from thousands of miles away. As Guwen walked along the mountain path, he could see it from afar, like the most majestic peak in the human world, showcasing its strength. 9 Spirit Continent was isolated from the world, with a rich atmosphere of immortal cultivation. Even the strongest sects in the human world could not compare. With the spiritual energy and Tao intent within the dojo, many free immortals were born over the 1,000,000 years, all venturing to other worlds through the world gate. Of course, not only free immortals could enter the world gate, anyone with the will could freely enter, keeping the continent from becoming overcrowded. Over the long years, outsiders occasionally intruded into 9 Spirit Continent, but the 9 Spirit Dynasty had defenses at the continent's edge, preventing ordinary people from sneaking in. Recently, a powerful free immortal managed to infiltrate. Guwen was heading towards this free immortal, his eyes already reflecting the figure. "Indeed, you've grown up and can manage on your own." Guwen sighed in his heart, the breeze stirring his white coat and black shirt. In his good mood after breaking through, he decided to lend a hand. He leisurely advanced, with flowers blooming underfoot with each step, bringing vitality along the way. After half a cup of tea's time, Guan passed through a forest and arrived at a lake surrounded by mountains. His gaze fell on a small pavilion in the center of the lake, where a black-clad man stood, hands behind his back, staring at the lotus flowers on the lake, lost in thought. This man was none other than Li Ya's disciple, Li Xianyu. The grown-up Li Xianyu already had the demeanor of an accomplished sage, paired with this picturesque scenery, resembling a human world immortal. "Why are you here enjoying the view alone?" A voice entered Li Xianya's ears, startling him. He turned abruptly and upon seeing Guan in the courtyard, his Dao heart trembled. Fear turned into joy. "A master uncle?" Li Xianyu trembled all over, unsure where to place his hands. Guan smiled gently and asked, "How is your master? Has he been well lately?" Upon hearing this, Li Xianyu knelt down directly, gritting his teeth as he said, "Master uncle, my master has gone mad. Please, you must save him." "How did he go mad?" Guan was not surprised and calmly asked, without helping Li Xianyu up. Li Xianyu took a deep breath and said, "Ever since he was defeated by Qin Chuan, he seemed to enter a demonic state, obsessively cultivating the sword Dao and challenging sword cultivators everywhere, with both victories and losses. His obsession offended many, and 1,000 years ago he was defeated by a renowned sword cultivator, breaking his Dao heart. Since then he has been in prolonged seclusion. After much difficulty I found him a few years ago, but he was muttering nonsensically and even attacked me. 'Master uncle, my master always said you two were closest. You must help him.'" After listening, Guan's expression remained unchanged, though he had seen everything about Li Ya unfold. If Guan hadn't saved him during the battle 1,000 years ago, Li Ya would have died. He had only secretly helped and did not punish the opponent because Li Ya had initiated the challenge and wouldn't let it go. Their cultivation levels were similar, but there was a gap in sword Dao achievement. With the slightest mistake, disaster could follow. Guan took out a small wooden sword from his pocket and handed it to Li Xianyu, saying, "Take this sword back to your master." "What is this?" Li Xianyu took the wooden sword and hesitantly asked, his heart beating faster. Having been here for some time, he had no idea how to find Guan, as there were too many great powers on this continent, making it hard for him to move. Little did he know that his entry was permitted by the Wuxia disciple. As soon as he sneaked in, and Zizai told an Xen, who deduced his connection with Li Ya through cause and effect, and finally informed Guan, "You just need to give this sword to him." Guan said, then turned to look at the lake. Li Xianyu stood up, carefully keeping the wooden sword. He then looked at Guan and cautiously asked, "Master uncle, what is your attitude towards my master? Why won't he come to you?" Without turning back, Guan looked at the lake and said, "My attitude has never changed, only his thoughts have become chaotic." Li Xianyu relaxed, always feeling that Guan cared about his master, but his master had overthought things and was too concerned with face. If his master could set aside his pride and follow master uncle in cultivation, he would undoubtedly become the greatest sword cultivator in the world. "Xianyu, we've met twice now. You can call me master uncle, and I acknowledge you. I can sense the bond between you and your master, more like father and son than master and disciple. Although I don't think you'll abandon him, I still want to ask you to take good care of him," Guan said, turning to Li Xianyu with a grateful smile. Li Xianyu nodded solemnly, saying, "I will. Without my master, I would have died long ago. I will never abandon him in my life. Your master is combative and proud, but his chivalrous spirit is rare in the world. Frankly, I envy his life, carefree and free. Have you not realized he's always maintained his true self?" Guan's words made Li Xianyu think deeply. He realized that despite recent changes, before his obsession, his master was always carefree and somewhat unorthodox, just as he had been in his childhood. Perhaps one day, your master will surpass everyone. Do not tell him this, as it is a heavenly secret I'm revealing to you. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan's mysterious smile made Li Xianyu's imagination run wild. He sensed that Guan implied his master would become his greatest fortune and support. However, Li Xianyu couldn't help but ask, "Will he surpass you?" He knew his master had always wanted to surpass his master-uncle, which was why he never sought his help. Faced with this inquiry, Guan simply smiled and did not answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730. Not competing for immortal gods. Since the dissolution of the Dao court, chaos in the human world has been continuous. Even though more than 1,000,000 years have passed, no sect has been able to unify the world. However, the overall power of the celestial spirit great world has been constantly increasing. This is evident from the heavenly Dao light layer that envelopes the celestial spirit great world, which has become increasingly brilliant, extending its illumination over a wider range of the universe. The names of the 100 sects in the human world have gradually been eliminated by time, and the world's layout is ushering in new changes. In the context of contention among numerous heroes, the gap between sects has begun to widen. 9 sects have emerged, becoming the supreme Daoist lineages in the hearts of the people. In the years that followed, Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 Immortals of Jin Dong widely dispersed immortal fates in the human world, promoting the development of immortal cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, in the 3,000 great worlds of outer heaven, traces of immortal gods have started to appear, and the prelude to the struggle for the Son of Heaven is brewing. Taiwei Great World. In a bright and grand palace, Zhu Shi, dressed in majestic golden robes, sat in the principal seat. Her hair was coiled high, bound beneath a holy crown, her expression severe, with an oppressive aura of indifference to all living beings emanating from her brow. Many cultivators stood in the hall, all wearing the same large robes, each with a dignified and martial bearing. An elderly white-haired cultivator stepped forward, cupped his hands in salute to Zhu Shi, and said, "Your Majesty, although the words of that immortal god cannot be fully trusted, we must still exercise caution. If such a catastrophe truly befalls the 3,000 great worlds, our holy court must prepare in advance." Upon these words, the others in the hall voiced their agreement one after another. Since the mysterious supreme entity obliterated the divine court, Zhu Shi seized the opportunity to establish the holy court. Although it has gone through many tribulations, the holy court has now finally managed to barely grasp the Taiwei Great World and can be called the master of Taiwei Great World. Not long ago, a star monarch descended, claiming to come from the celestial court, seeking heavenly secrets, and then divulged the struggle for the Son of Heaven. This matter greatly shocked the nobility of the holy court. Zhu Shi sent them back to digest it individually, and only after a few days did they begin to discuss it. Now, most holy officials believe that this matter cannot be taken lightly, and one must be sent to outer heaven to investigate if other great thousand worlds have received the news. Concurrently, they must quickly control the Taiwei Great World. The Taiwei Great World is indeed too deep. Even though Zhu Shi has already united many world clans, there are still many forces in the Taiwei Great World that make the holy court wary. As Zhu Shi listened to the minister's discussions, her face remained expressionless, but she felt a headache and helplessness. After finally stabilizing the situation, an even greater calamity emerged. As for whether the struggle for the Son of Heaven was real, she saw the threat of the celestial court. The cultivation level of that star monarch was unfathomable. Even if what he said was false, the holy court would still have to face him. Even though the current holy court controlled most of the world, she truly lacked confidence in facing the star monarch. But she knew that she must make a decision and take action. The struggle for the Son of Heaven indeed cannot be ignored, but the great plans for the world also must be executed on the path. Zhu Shi spoke slowly. As she spoke, everyone fell silent, waiting for her orders. She began to issue orders one by one, mobilizing the overall strength of the holy court. The holy officials in the hall took their orders successively. As one sacred decree after another was issued, a chilling atmosphere spread over the grand hall. Xianxia the novel, at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After a long time, all the holy officials left, and Zhu Shi stood up, disappearing into thin air within the grand hall. The next second, she appeared in a bamboo forest and stepped toward the depths of the bamboo forest. As she proceeded, a pavilion surrounded by cyan bamboo appeared in front of her. In front of the pavilion, there was a small courtyard planted with various flowers and plants. Before she got close, a fragrant scent penetrated Zhu Zai's nose. She walked straight into the courtyard and stopped in front of the main door, saying, "Senior, I have a matter for which I must seek your help." "Does it concern the celestial court?" An ancient voice came from within the pavilion, causing Zhu Shi to raise her eyebrows as a strange light flickered in her eyes. "That's right, Senior anticipated it?" Zhu Shi asked curiously. When that Han Sha immortal monarch descended to the mortal world before, he mentioned the struggle for the Son of Heaven. He was acting on behalf of a certain Son of Heaven, having the divine court collect living beings to refine a demon god body. The demon god body possesses power comparable to an immortal god, and it is an important piece for that Son of Heaven. The ancient voice sounded again, with no trace of emotion in its tone. Zhu Shi had already speculated about this. That immortal god making the divine court capture so many mortal spirits was clearly preparing for something major. Now, the news of the struggle for the Son of Heaven had come, and it was evidently related. The struggle for the Son of Heaven is unstoppable. It is both a crisis and an opportunity. I know why you have come. Since the struggle for the Son of Heaven is about to begin, I will support you. But you need to promise me one thing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shi immediately asked, "What is it?" The senior in the pavilion was no ordinary person. He was once the master of the divine court and had lived for an untold number of years. Disapproving of the divine court and immortal god's actions, he left the divine court. Meeting him was a stroke of fate for Zhu Shi. Although the senior had never really helped her directly, he had provided much intelligence, which allowed her to avoid many troubles. If the Son of Heaven you support wins, you cannot compete for the title of immortal god. The ancient voice said slowly. Zhu Shi felt puzzled and asked, "If we do not compete for the title of immortal god, why should we support the Son of Heaven? Do you have any other options?" Zhu Shi fell silent. The star monarch personally came. She and the holy court probably had no choice but to comply. "I have never experienced the struggle for the Son of Heaven, but I once saw some records in a certain ruin on the path of the great Tao. The struggle for the Son of Heaven has no true winner, especially for all living beings. Getting too close to immortal gods during such a catastrophe is not a good thing. I do not want the future master of heaven and earth to lead Taiwei to its doom. You should remember the war 1,000,000 years ago. The divine court, as powerful as it was, could not stand against a single individual, just as the great Tao itself. The 3,000 great worlds seem vast and boundless, but in the eyes of the immortal gods, they might be of little significance." The words of the ancient voice made Zhu Zai's face turn grim. She had long felt the arrogance of the immortal gods. The other's words made her sense a great crisis. Upon confirming that the struggle for the Son of Heaven was real, she had also developed an ambition to become an immortal god. If she felt this way, what of others? Once the struggle for the Son of Heaven begins, and the immortal gods promise ascension, her control over the holy court would be difficult to maintain. Zhu Shi stood before the door, contemplating for a long time. She took a deep breath and said, "Senior, I promise you." Clang. The door opened, and a token flew toward Zhu Shi. It was a green jade token, emitting a golden light, rotating autonomously. "Take this token to the ancient god Xingzhou and meet that supreme. He will know what to do." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zai's face showed joy. She knew what the supreme of ancient god Xingzhou represented. Not only was the supreme's divine skills vast, but his disciples were also innumerable and widespread throughout the world. With his support, the Holy Court would undoubtedly be able to completely control the Taiwei Great World. "Thank you, Senior." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731. The Celestial Emperor's only mount time flies like an arrow. 500,000 years have passed since Li Xianyu left. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan sat by the lake painting. What he painted was a landscape, but his thoughts drifted outside of the nine-spirit continent. Liya had shown extraordinary comprehension in the ways of the primordial Dao Emperor, achieving such a level in just 500,000 years. During this period he hadn't sparred with others, instead immersing himself in his cultivation. Even though he remained low-key, his disciple Li Xianyu, on the other hand, stirred up trouble. Li Xianyu fell in love with a woman, but that woman had been betrothed by her family. She left her family to escape the engagement and then coincidentally met Li Xianyu. The two decided to face the pressure from her family together, but by a twist of fate, the woman was forced to her death within her family. Now, not only did her family want to kill Li Xianyu, but also the family that she had been betrothed to sought his death to avenge their honor. Both families were ancient and formidable, each boasting ancestors at the Daoist collection Freedom Immortal realm. Gu Wen watched silently. He wasn't worried about Li Xianyu getting into trouble because Liya would intervene. The upcoming battle for his disciples' rescue would see Liya exhibit a sword Dao that would shock the world, establishing him as the foremost sword cultivator in the world. In the future, he would also become the preeminent great cultivator known to the world in the celestial spirit great world. Liya would glorify the primordial Dao Emperor, making it a target for future cultivators to aspire to. Besides Liya, Gu Wen also kept an eye on others. He saw Zhang Buku following the celestial calming god descending into the void between the 3,000 great worlds, deeply focused on his cultivation. With the assistance of the Taiqing Golden Immortal, she was also gradually gaining control over the Taiwei Great World. The Taiwei Great World had deep foundations. With Zhu Zai's power he originally couldn't have become the master of heaven and earth, but because the Taiqing annihilated the divine court, causing those great cultivators to have reservations, fearing Taking's return to create more trouble, they wanted to use the holy court as a shield, providing Zhu Xi the opportunity. When the struggle for the Son of Heaven began, these ancient powers would launch an offensive against the holy court to regain old powers. Of course, that was future talk. For now, Zhu Xi could remain the world's master for a long period. Gu Wen, while observing the outer heaven, continued painting, each stroke imbued with Dao intent, making everything in the painting appear vivid, with the plants and flowers seeming to sway in the wind, as if they genuinely existed. The blood prison great saint approached Gu Wen with a fawning smile, saying, "Master, the talents from the nine-spirit continent are increasing. Many people are seeking us out. When do you think we can open the gates of Wuxia?" Gu Wen replied nonchalantly, "Why? Do you also wish to take in disciples?" "Not me. I'm your mount. How can I take in disciples? It would mess up the generational hierarchy in the future, creating significant trouble. I just feel that Wuxia should expand, especially since the nine-spirit continent has developed a solid foundation over these years." The blood prison great saint laughed. The stronger Wuxia became, the more he would benefit. Thinking of numerous Wuxia disciples admiring him made him excited. He even had bigger ambitions. He aspired to become the sole mount of the celestial emperor. Gu Wen said softly, "Once this gate is opened, it will be like a surging river that cannot be stopped." "Master, why block it? If you're afraid of trouble, you can let an Xin and us manage it. If you're worried about the younger generations causing chaos, you can establish strict sect rules," the blood prison great saint asked, puzzled. He never considered that Gu Wen was wary of the celestial court. In his heart, Gu Wen was the strongest, and Wuxi's distance from the celestial court was unfathomable. Besides, there were many sects more powerful than Wuxia in the world, yet they hadn't faced divine retribution. Gu Wen was also pondering over problems. Though he always said he didn't want to establish a force, in reality he continuously took steps towards it. Moreover, he couldn't always shield his disciples. It was time for them to stand on their own. Seeing Gu Wen stay silent, the blood prison great saint stopped speaking and gazed at his painting. This painting. The blood prison great saint's eyes lit up. Though the painting depicted the scenery ahead, he saw the vast 3,000 great Dao within it. The rivers of Dao surged, ceaselessly flowing, like a kaleidoscope of myriad scenes before his eyes. Gu Wen stopped his brush and handed the brush to the blood prison great saint. "You will finish the next part of the painting and then show it to me." Leaving these words behind, Guan turned and left, the blood prison great saint holding the brush, his eyes filled with anticipation. He immediately forgot about Wuxi's expansion, focusing solely on painting. Guan walked into the mountains and arrived at the other end of the human world. Human World Peak, heaven-defining peak. Sir, the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Over 3 million years had passed, and he remained the peak master of heaven-defining peak. He hadn't intervened much in Human World Peak, and hence, Human World Peak had not become a top major sect of the present age. The strongest of Human World Peak was merely at the free immortal realm. Fortunately, the peak master Yongyan Daoist monarch had no desire for supremacy, only wishing to consolidate the Daoist lineage. Precisely due to this ideology, time passed quickly for Human World Peak. Guan had just arrived when Yongyan Daoist monarch appeared in his courtyard. "Peak master, you've been waiting for me?" While picking medicinal herbs, Guan asked. Yongyan Daoist monarch couldn't catch his presence, but could perceive the movements within the courtyard. Of course, this was also because Guan wasn't deliberately hiding. He had countless ways to prevent Yongyan Daoist monarch from noticing his arrival. Yongyan Daoist monarch donned a white Taoist robe, exuding an immortal aura. His smile was kind and approachable. Within Human World Peak, he was deeply loved by the disciples, who all believed him to be a good person. "Indeed, I have encountered some confusion recently and wish to seek your guidance," Yongyan Daoist monarch said with a joyful smile. Guan returned once a month, and over time, the two had become friends, at least that's what Yongyan Daoist monarch thought. Since knowing Guan, he had always found him mysterious, suspecting his cultivation was exceedingly high. By now, he even thought Guan might be a Daoist collection free immortal, as even the free immortals in their sect couldn't detect Guan's movements. To him, a Daoist collection free immortal was an immense existence, although there were still the profound Yuan free immortal, heaven-encompassing free immortal in the world. As for the supporting Dao sword venerable, that was for him an unimaginable legend. Guan didn't stop his hands, casually asking, "What confusion would I be capable of resolving?" Yongyan Daoist monarch laughed. "It's about the primordial Dao Emperor. Didn't I mention before that I obtained an opportunity related to the primordial Dao Emperor? I intended to give it to you, but you refused. I believe you are the primordial Dao Emperor, so your Dao practice is unfathomable, not concerned with the primordial Dao Emperor's opportunity." Guan didn't respond. The opportunity related to the primordial Dao Emperor wasn't given by him to Yongyan Daoist monarch. With the continuous emergence of primordial crystals across the 3,000 great worlds, the celestial spirit great world had them too, and Yongyan Daoist monarch had acquired one. One could say Yongyan Daoist monarch indeed had no small amount of fortune. "Alright, I haven't achieved the primordial Dao Emperor either, I just explored it earlier than you." Guan responded helplessly. Yongyan Daoist monarch smiled even more. "As expected, you are hidden in the Human World Peak, probably to better achieve enlightenment, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 732, Xianxia Primordial Immortal Realm Perfection. Regarding Yongyan Daojian's probing, Guan didn't deny it. He continued gathering medicinal herbs, and Yongyan Daojun wasn't in a hurry, following behind him, chatting about the recent affairs of Human World Peak. Although Guan never participated in Human World Peak's decisions, Yongyan Daojun liked to tell him these things, not with any special purpose, but just to deepen their relationship and have something to talk about. After Guan finished gathering the medicinal herbs, he followed Yongyan Daojun to his dojo. This lecture continued for 4 days. When Guan left, Yongyan Daojun was still in the state of reincarnation projection. This guy didn't bother to guard against him at all, making Guan shake his head and chuckle. Giving a lecture to Yongyan Daojun was just a small episode in Guan's life, hardly making any impact, but through Yongyan Daojian's opportunity, he could sense the development level of the primordial Dao Emperor. If there were no upheavals in the future, the primordial Dao Emperor would surely reach a level comparable to or even surpassing the Daoist Emperor. The stronger the primordial Dao Emperor's fortune, the more benefits it would bring to Guan as well. If the primordial Dao Emperor's fortune were destroyed, it wouldn't harm him a bit, but if he died and the primordial Dao Emperor's fortune remained, he could come back to life through the primordial Dao Emperor's fortune. This was similar to the Heavenly Court's fortune. For Guan, the next major event was to break through to the perfect realm of Xianxia primordial immortal, and he was very much looking forward to it. Unknowingly, breaking through a minor realm has become as challenging as breaking through a major realm. Guan walked in the forest, thinking this way. His understanding of the primordial Dao fruit was getting deeper and deeper, feeling the profundity of the great Dao. Although the Xianxia primordial immortal still carried the name of an immortal, it had actually surpassed the essence of an immortal. Becoming an immortal was a process of comprehending the great Dao, while the Xianxia primordial immortal itself was equivalent to the great Dao. So far, apart from the one in the Supreme Origin Forest and the mysterious bones buried in the desperate celestial tomb, he hadn't felt the aura of other Xianxia primordial immortals. Perhaps the Xianxia primordial immortals had already merged with the great Dao, omnipresent and hard to trace. Guan pondered while walking forward. Since Liya became the primordial Dao Emperor and made a name for himself, 3 more primordial Dao Emperors had appeared in the celestial spirit great world, not counting the Wuxia disciples. The emergence of the primordial Dao Emperors completely changed the structure of the human world, with the 9 major sects all starting to pursue them, and traveling beyond the outer heaven became the new pursuit of the immortal cultivators of the new era. In the outer void, it was easier to comprehend the great Dao, which would help them seek greater opportunities. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000,000 years passed. Among the second-generation disciples of the Daoist field of the beginningless, an Exen, blood prison great saint, Tianhong Emperor, celestial demon child, and Lv had all successively reached the level of Daoist Zhongzhi immortal, with the weakest at the Zizai immortal realm. And the number of third-generation disciples kept growing, present in all realms. This year, just after the Spring Festival, Guan went for a breakthrough, and including the round trip, it consumed nearly 800 trillion years of lifespan, successfully reaching the perfection realm of Xianxia primordial immortal. Upon reaching the perfection realm, Guan experienced a comprehensive improvement, far beyond his imagination regarding the gap between the late stage and the perfection. He felt that it was almost impossible for the late stage of the Xianxia primordial immortal to defeat the perfection realm of the Xianxia primordial immortal. Now, the celestial court was already within his sight. Although the celestial court's fortunes still concealed many areas inside, the celestial court no longer appeared mysterious to him. The number of heavenly court immortals was indeed terrifying, and the presence in various realms far exceeded his expectations. Not to mention the Xianxia primordial immortals, the heavenly court had over 100 Dao extreme Daoyuo immortals, and the number of Miaozhen Daoyuo immortals surpassed 10,000, which was simply absurd. There was a palace that made him feel uneasy, and his instincts told him that approaching it would result in something extremely dreadful. The plaque of the palace bore 4 large characters. Palace of the Pole Star. The treasure hall of the Celestial Emperor. Seeing this treasure hall, Guan knew that he had no correlation with the Celestial Emperor. Feeling the aura of the highest absolute, he could clearly perceive that the other party was his reincarnation body, everything visible to the true one's eyes. From the feelings the palace of the Pole Star gave him, he knew he not only had no relation with the Celestial Emperor, but it was also impossible for his reincarnation body to become the son of heaven. The strength of the Celestial Emperor was exceedingly terrifying, and just the remnants of his aura could isolate all cause and effect. Guan could conclude that the Celestial Emperor's cultivation level far surpassed the Xianxia primordial immortal. Fortunately, the Celestial Emperor was not inside the Celestial Court. Although many areas of the Celestial Court were obscured by fortune, if the Celestial Emperor descended, it would be as dazzling as the midday sun, impossible to ignore. The aura of the Celestial Emperor inside the palace of the Pole Star was already scalding enough. With the Celestial Emperor present, the hegemony of the Celestial Court could not be shaken. Thus, Guan felt that the struggle for the Son of Heaven was so laughable. The Son of Heaven could never replace the Celestial Emperor. Of course, the Sons of Heaven might be vying for the Celestial Emperor's favor. Absolute invincibility and eternal life? What kind of mindset would such an existence have after experiencing all changes? How did he view the 3,000 great worlds and the 3,000 great Tao? Guan was full of curiosity about the Celestial Emperor's perspective. With this curiosity, he arrived at a lake within the Daoist field of the beginningless, where he liked to fish. Just as he sat down on his usual stone chair, a figure descended from the sky, landing behind him and respectfully saluted him. It was none other than Tianhong Emperor. Tianhong Emperor had fully awakened his immortal god memory, his previous identity being Tianhong Star Lord, having no relation with Tai Immortal Monarch, but related to Profound Star Immortal Monarch who previously wanted to preach. Profound Star Immortal Monarch was very clever. After his failure, he did not appear again and has not been involved in the Celestial Spirit Great World since. Master, now that I have fully awakened my immortal god identity, the heavenly court's fortune will soon return, and I fear I cannot stay in the Daoist field of the beginningless any longer. Tianhong Emperor said with a worried expression. Once the heavenly court's fortune infiltrated, the Daoist field of the beginningless would be entirely exposed to the heavenly court. He knew his master wouldn't allow anyone to pry into the dojo, not even the heavenly court immortals. S.E. the Novelier. N.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Rather than being expelled by his master, he decided it would be better to leave voluntarily. Over the years of cultivating in the Daoist field of the beginningless, he gained much, and even recalling with his identity of Tianhong Star Lord, it was a great opportunity, so he was full of gratitude to Guan. When you return, I don't expect you to show mercy to all living beings, but do not harm them either. Immortal gods need the worship of all living beings. Having received such incense offerings, they ought to protect them. Guan faced away from Tianhong Emperor, speaking leisurely. Over the years, Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 Immortals of Jin Dong had been widely disseminating opportunities, also seeking the incense offerings of the mortal spirits, resulting in many divine statues and temples of theirs appearing in the human world. Tianhong Emperor replied, I will definitely remember. No matter how much time passes, you will always be my master. He wasn't arrogant because of his immortal god status, for his master was more formidable than all the immortal gods he knew. Perhaps only the legendary celestial Tao Venerable could compare to his master. Go! Guan didn't say much more. They were not mortals. Even in case of eternal goodbye, there was no need for many words. Some bonds could be felt even without words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733. The unfathomable Wuxia Emperor Tianhong's departure caused quite a stir within Wuxia. After all, he was the only one who could compete with an Xian and the Blood Prison Great Saint. Not even Xian could surpass him. Guan did not hide his true origin either. He revealed his identity as an immortal god, allowing Wuxia disciples to formally come into contact with the Celestial Court, a time-honored ruler standing upon the 3,000 great Tao. Immortal god reincarnation. Second-generation and third-generation disciples were stunned, and an Xian shared her knowledge of the Celestial Court with them, ensuring a deeper understanding. Knowing that some Wuxia disciples had ascended to immortality, the disciples within the dojo were even more thrilled. They felt that Wuxia was omnipotent, capable of achieving immortality and roaming the heavens. At the same time, they began to speculate more about Guan. Even after millions of years of cultivation within Wuxia, no one knew Guan's origins, including an Xian and celestial demon child. See Shovel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan could hear the disciples' conjectures about him. He did not care, however, the more the disciples revered him, the better it was. At the very least, it prevented any chaos. After Emperor Tianhong's departure, an Xian approached Guan again, asking whether to open the sect widely, but Guan refused. However, he did ease a bit, allowing disciples to take on apprentices. From the second generation and onward, each disciple could only take one apprentice, and should the apprentice commit evil, the master would also be held accountable. One person taking one apprentice seemed like a small number, but generations down the line, Wuxia was bound to grow stronger. Shortly after Guan eased up, within less than 10 years, the first fourth-generation disciple was born. Guan was indifferent to the fourth-generation disciples and did not visit them in person. He prepared to hand over the major responsibilities to an Xian, preferring not to bother with trivial matters. An Xian did not monopolize authority. Instead, she let her eldest disciple, Xianxia, manage many affairs. Xianxia often sighed, bearing the name Xianxia, free, yet he did not feel free. Of course, he was merely expressing himself. He was quite satisfied with his current life, having found his own worth. Wuxia was gradually becoming stronger, and the world's various sects were doing the same. Observing the sects gave insight into the entire world, as the celestial spirit great world was also rapidly developing. With the assistance of immortal gods and guidance from primordial Dao Emperor, the great thousand worlds' celestial fortunes naturally soared. 30,000 years passed. Compared to the rapidly changing outside world, the transformations within 9 spirit continent were not as swift. On this day, early in the morning, 2 figures passed through layers of mist, entering 9 spirit continent. They were Liya and Xianxia. Liya was still dressed in black, his long hair tied behind him, with 2 strands framing his face. The gentle breeze caused his robe to flutter constantly, yet his stance remained as unyielding as a mountain. Xianxia's aura, though not as dominant as his master's, exuded the demeanor of a great power. Compared to his last visit, he now bore the aura of hardships, suggesting he had endured more trials than Liya. Such dense spiritual energy, far surpassing before. Looking across the world, not even the grotto heavens of the 9 major sects can match this, Liya remarked, feeling a bit nervous at the thought of meeting Guan soon. Xianxia nodded, about to respond when a brilliant light swiftly approached from the horizon. As the light dispersed, 2 figures appeared. It was an Xian and Xianxia. "Sister!" Liya exclaimed in joy. He had worried about Xianxia, but seeing her here eased his mind considerably. He instantly noticed that Xianxia had also achieved the status of free immortal, making him marvel at the remarkable fortunes of junior brother Gus Dojo. The Li family produced 2 free immortals, enough to soar to great heights. Yet, both of these free immortals were not in the Taizong dynasty. Xianxia was equally delighted to see Liya and immediately approached him. Liya did not act impolitely. He first greeted an Xian and introduced his apprentice. "Your apprentice is quite remarkable, having already reached the cultivation level of free immortal." Xianxia praised as she examined Xianxia. An Xian was not surprised. She had sensed it when Xianxia last visited. At that time, he had already achieved free immortal status. Xianxia's cultivation speed was undoubtedly top tier, causing an Xian to suspect that he had received guidance from their master. She knew that their master often kept an eye on Liya, possibly aiding him secretly. He is indeed promising, but the path ahead is long for him as a free immortal. Liya smiled. The 4 then flew towards Wuxia while chatting, mostly Liya and Xianxia conversing. Xianxia expressed, "You remain the same, always stirring things up. Compared to you, my experiences are quite dull, having mainly cultivated within the dojo." Liya shook his head, "Though you stayed here, your cultivation level is not inferior to mine." Despite his words, Liya did not consider Xianxia to be his opponent. On the contrary, he was curious about Nzin's strength. In his perception, Nzin's cultivation was unfathomable, with her gaze making him feel uneasy. He suspected that an Xian had surpassed the free immortal level. If that were true, it would be extraordinary. An Xian, as his junior, had surpassed him. Back in Supreme Sect, apart from being Guan's disciple, an Xian was nothing remarkable in his eyes. Who would have thought that, from Supreme Sect, an Xian could reach this level? As they flew, passing through the cities, Liya was amazed by the spiritual aura of the beings along the way. All the beings here were engaging in immortal cultivation, and their levels were substantial. Nearly every city contained individuals surpassing celestial and earthly immortals, a foundation unmatched by the 9 major sections. Li Xianyu also marveled silently. Compared to his last visit, the continent had transformed significantly, even giving him the illusion that this was the real center of the celestial spirit great world. When the master-apprentice duo saw the cloud-enwrapped Wanjie Gate, they were even more astounded. Li Xianyu had seen it before, but from a distance. Being closer allowed him to truly feel Wanjie Gate's vast aura, inspiring a sense of reverence. An Xan noticed Li Ya's astonishment and explained the origins and uses of Wanjie Gate. After understanding, Li Ya was even more impressed with junior brother Gu's Dao practice. Just how strong was junior brother Gu? He realized that the higher his own cultivation level, the greater the gap became between him and junior brother Gu. He did not feel disheartened because he knew it's not that his strength didn't grow fast enough, but the original gap was huge. Now he could see it more clearly. The four did not pause, and amidst Li Ya's continuous marveling, they finally reached the core dojo of Wuxia. He could sense an invisible, immense barrier separating the outside world. Stepping inside, the overwhelming Dao intent flooded towards him, filling him with an exhilarated sensation. Li Ya, you rascal, you're still alive? A cheerful laugh rang out. Li Ya turned to see a middle-aged man standing under a tree in the forest below, gazing up at them. Supreme Sex Zuijian. He was here too. Li Ya was once again shocked because Zuijian had also reached Zizai Immortal Realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734. Divine Origin Immortal Palace. Li Ya and Zuijian could not remember how many years had passed since their last meeting, only that it seemed like a distant memory. Their unexpected reunion in a foreign land, separated by millions of years, filled them both with deep emotions. An Xen stopped, allowing the two to reminisce. Zuijian, seeing the current Li Ya, was very pleased. He recalled that more than 4 million years ago, Li Ya was just an ordinary disciple of the Supreme Sect. At that time, and Hao and Wu Ju were the talents overshadowing him. Who would have thought that over 4 million years later, and Hao and Wu Ju had vanished without a trace, while Li Ya had become the #1 sword cultivator in the world. As a sword cultivator himself, Zuijian naturally paid close attention to such a title. During their conversation, he could sense the vast sword intent contained within Li Ya, which secretly startled him. How did this kid cultivate? He came to Wuxia, bathing daily in the Dao intent of the supporting Dao sword venerable, achieving his current accomplishments. But compared to Li Ya, he felt that his own sword Dao was insignificant. Little did he know, Li Ya was equally shocked. He understood how Zuijian could reach the free immortal realm, but how could he also be so formidable in sword Dao? As they continued to talk, their excitement began to wane. An Xian, Li Xuanyu, and Li Xianyu could clearly sense the change in their mood, creating a subtle atmosphere. Eventually, an Xian took the initiative to speak, saying that Li Ya still had to see his master, and bid farewell to Zuijian. Watching the four of them leave, Zuijian sighed, how truly fortunate they are. He had knelt for many years on the heaven-repairing platform of the Supreme Sect to gain his current opportunity, while Li Ya's destiny changed the moment he stumbled upon Medicine Valley, where the supporting Dao sword venerable lay in wait. How could he not be envious? He remembered that in those days, Li Ya wasn't even the most outstanding in the Li family, let alone in the Supreme Sect. Zuijian then thought of his son, Lin. Initially, Lin had a good relationship with Guan, but over the years, they had gradually drifted apart. Elsewhere, Li Xianyu flew to Li Ya's side and asked curiously, Master, do you bear a grudge against him? Li Ya gave him a sideways glance and said, how could there be a grudge? I grew up with his son. The Dao heart is still not stable enough, even this could upset me? Li Ya despised himself in his heart. How could he belittle others, especially his old acquaintance? If it were junior brother Gu, he certainly wouldn't react this way. With this thought, Li Ya's eyes regained their usual indifference. He decided that once he returned, he would cultivate his Dao heart anew. Li Xianyu, unaware of his master's thoughts, continued to ask about Zuijian's identity. Li didn't hide anything and recounted the past between Zuijian and Guan. Knowing that Zuijian had impressed Master Gu through years of persistence, Li Xianyu couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate both he and Li were. Master, junior brother Gu really holds you in high regard. I'm even tempted to join the Wuxia sect now. Li Xianya's words didn't anger Li. He knew the kid was intentionally teasing him. Of course, if Li Xianyu could join the Wuxia sect, he would be happy as his master. But Wuxia isn't a place he could decide on his own, nor does he have the face to ask Guan, considering how much he owes him. Soon after, the four of them descended onto the peak where Guan resided. An Xian and Li Xuanyu signaled for them to enter the courtyard, then the two women disappeared. Li gazed at the courtyard gate, not daring to pry with his divine sense. To his surprise, he felt a bit nervous. However, with Li Xianyu watching him, he had to maintain the demeanor of a master. He straightened his back and walked towards the courtyard gate. Li Xianyu, watching his back, found it amusing. Who would have thought Master could get so nervous? Could Master Gu really be his junior brother? It felt more like he was his master's master. As Li Xianyu thought, he followed behind Li, suddenly feeling that his master's meeting with his junior brother would be interesting. Entering the courtyard, Li saw a large cauldron and a slender figure meditating in front of it. The figure's back looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He didn't think much of it. Seeing old acquaintances in Guan's dojo was quite normal. See Tichnell Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His eyes shifted to a figure under a big tree in the courtyard. That person was lying on a long chair reading a book, a posture that left him dazed. He recalled how, over 4 million years ago in Profound Valley, Guan also enjoyed lying down to read. Brother, why are you standing there daydreaming? Have you been severely injured recently, harming your mind? Guan's teasing voice brought Li back to reality. For some reason, hearing Guan's taunt relaxed him, as if their relationship had returned to the old days. A smile appeared on Li's face as he stepped forward and said, "How could that be? When have I ever been seriously injured?" Seeing his master relax instantly, Li Xianyu grew more respectful towards Guan. Not only was Master Gu powerful, but he also empathized with others. Such a great power was truly the supreme being of the human world. Eager to hear what his master and junior brother would discuss, Li Xianyu quickly followed. Sunlight streamed into the courtyard, and birds flew out of the woods as if celebrating the heartwarming reunion of old friends. Under the blue sky, an endless sea of clouds lay still, and an old tree stood at its zenith. A white-robed Daoist was meditating beneath the tree. It was none other than Li Xuanmiao. After attaining his immortal class and gaining celestial court destiny, his cultivation level had soared, now reaching the innate golden immortal realm, and it was still rapidly growing. Though his position was now that of an immortal monarch, the innate golden immortal realm was still unqualified for an immortal monarch, so he hadn't started his immortal duties yet. A rainbow of 7 colors descended from the sky, landing 7 steps away from Li Xuanmiao. A lean old man in purple, frail and thin to the bone but with bright, sword-like eyes, full of sharpness, appeared before him. Immortal monarch Xuanmiao, I bear a decree from the Supreme. You are to go to the Divine Origin Immortal Palace to receive the Heavenly Dao Divine Weapon. The old man in purple bowed respectfully, but his eyes scrutinized Li Xuanmiao up and down. Li Xuanmiao opened his eyes, and the old man lowered his gaze. I understand. I will go shortly, Li Xuanmiao said, without immediately rising. His reincarnation projection was not fully retracted. The old man in purple continued. The Supreme also told me to remind you that if the great immortal divine Yuan tries to recruit you, listen but make no promises. All right. Li Xuanmiao agreed. Though he had spent years cultivating in the celestial court, various immortals and gods frequently tried to recruit him, giving him an insight into the factional struggles within the celestial court. The internal factions of the celestial court were more complex than he had imagined. Despite his immortal monarch status, he had to tread cautiously. The gods and star monarchs likely had backings of even higher beings. The old man in purple said no more, bowed, and disappeared. Li Xuanmiao stood up, gazing at the sea of clouds, as if peering through to the cycle of reincarnation. Divine Origin Immortal Palace, Great Immortal Divine Yuan. Li Xuanmiao looked down at the 3,000 great worlds, pondering how to contact his master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735. Boosting Life Span. Liya and his disciples stayed at the Daoist field of the beginningless for only a month. During this month, Guan and Liya traveled through mountains and waters, occasionally discussing the Tao, as if returning to their youth. The reason Liya visited Guan was to express his gratitude, but until their parting he couldn't utter the word, thanks. Spending a month of leisure with Liya made Guan very happy. After Liya left, Guan gave a lecture to all the disciples, making the Wuxia disciples realize Liya's importance in Nzin's heart. The peaceful days continued. After reaching perfection in the Xianxia primordial immortal realm, Guan felt that even having trillions of years of lifespan wouldn't guarantee success for his next breakthrough. Thus, he began to increase his lifespan income. Nowadays, his dojo encompassed the entire 9-spirit continent, making it easy to expand the number of medicinal herbs. With the help of the ghost mother of ephemera, Guan could relax and simply enjoy the results. 1,000 years later, his annual lifespan income increased to 200 million years. Another million years passed. In the celestial spirit great world, similar yet different conflicts unfolded. Overall, the world was relatively peaceful, and sect disputes did not affect the common folk. In contrast to the tranquility of the celestial spirit great world, the 3,000 great worlds ushered in the arrival of the immortal gods. In each great world, several immortal gods appeared, summoning wind and rain, bringing harmony to heaven and earth and all living beings. People began to believe in the immortal gods, strengthening the heavenly Tao destiny that enveloped the great worlds. Under the banners of 2 sons of heaven, the immortal gods began to act, not only recruiting the masters of heaven and earth but also guiding the masses to worship them. Meanwhile, they portrayed the opposing son of heaven and immortal gods as evil, depicting the future battle of sons of heaven as a catastrophic event for the 3,000 great worlds, a battle between good and evil. Guan stayed within the celestial spirit great world, watching the actions of those immortal gods, feeling that the celestial court was nothing special. The celestial court was powerful enough, but its order and conduct did not match the name of the immortal gods. The disparity between immortal gods and mortal spirits was vast. Mortal spirits could not see the actions of immortal gods. A single word from an immortal god would become an ancient legend that would linger in the world for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Mortal spirits could not guess that these myths were all conspiracies, and generational beliefs caused the 3,000 great worlds to split into 2, mutually hostile. It was just past noon at the Daoist field of the beginningless. 2 figures descended from the sky, landing on 2 adjacent mountain peaks. They were the blood prison Great Saint and Sin. Guan and an Exin stood in the mountain ravine, looking up at them. The 2 had just flown out of the barrier established by Guan, and the result of the battle was decided. Sin was not a match for the blood prison Great Saint, but he succeeded in wounding him, surprising the blood prison Great Saint. "You brat!" The blood prison Great Saint widened his eyes, looking at Sin on the opposite mountain peak, unable to calm his emotions. Though Sin still looked like a young man, he already possessed the demeanor of the Emperor of Eternal Life, with steadfast arrogance and a spirited smile, full of vigor. "Blood prison Great Saint, our gap has shortened again." CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sin said loudly, his voice resonating through heaven and earth. The blood prison Great Saint, irritated, said, "Brat, if you want to defeat me, you still need more cultivation. I wasn't serious just now." "Is that so? I don't believe it. I think you were already anxious." "Humph, that's my fighting style." The 2 began to argue, neither yielding. By the small river in the ravine, Guan and an Exin watched them bicker, smiles on their faces. Little junior brother's talent is truly frightening. It seems even greater than Tianhao and Emperor Tianhong. Master, what is his background? An Exan, curious, asked. Because Sin was always taught by Guan, others thought his rapid cultivation was reasonable. But she knew differently, as she was also tutored by Guan and deeply understood Sin's extraordinary nature. This boy wasn't simply growing in cultivation level. His body was already molding the great Tao, becoming stronger continuously. An Exan sensed a terrifying cause and effect within him, a mystery even the immortal emperor's eye couldn't see through. He comes from the desperate celestial tomb, a place outside the great Tao. Guan briefly explained Sin's background. He valued an Xian highly, so since she wanted to know, he wouldn't refuse. An Xian was his successor. Someday, she would become the master of the beginningless, and he could roam freely across the heavens. After hearing this, an Xian felt a deep sympathy for Sin's past but did not show much change in expression. Though Master didn't explain in detail Sin's identity, she did not press further. Sin looked young, but having stayed in the desperate celestial tomb for so long, he endured lonely years far beyond their imagination. Given that Sin lived for so long, his current rapid growth was understandable. Perhaps in those endless years, Sin had been accumulating, now finally ready to erupt with power. The conversation between the master and disciple did not reach the ears of the blood prison great saint and Sin. When the two descended, Guan and an Xian stopped talking. Master, do you think he was anxious just now? Sin approached Guan, frowning. Guan patted his head and smiled. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat. Why worry about how much effort the other put in? Continually cultivate, and one day you will win. Sin agreed, smiling broadly, and did not dwell on the issue. The blood prison great saint felt displeased. He didn't want to lose. But since the words came from Guan, he didn't dare refute and remained silently disgruntled. Sin, you are now a free immortal, capable enough in cultivation. Do you want to venture out and train for a while? Guan looked at Sin, smiling. Seeing Master truly pampering Sin, perhaps even more so than herself, an Exan thought Sin's background was indeed not simple. No matter how she looked, Sin's brows and eyes seemed somewhat similar to Master's. Though she had such suspicions, she dared not point them out. Sin being suppressed in the desperate celestial tomb for so many years indicated that Master might have encountered dreadful events in the past, making it impossible to protect his son. Guan, catching in Sin's inner thoughts, found them amusing. She guessed correctly. Yes, can I? Sin nodded excitedly. Guan looked at the blood prison great saint and said, You accompany him to train for a millennium. No matter what he does, do not intervene. Just follow him, letting him experience and judge for himself. Me. The blood prison great saint widened his eyes, unwilling. Seeing his reluctance, Sin immediately said, Master, just him. Gritting his teeth, the blood prison great saint found the boy increasingly difficult to deal with. You both may go. Guan shook his head with a smile and then turned away. Watching him, an Exan said meaningfully, This is not just a test for little junior brother. Perhaps it's also a test for you. A test? Hearing this, the blood prison great saint immediately felt invigorated. He loved the master's tests, knowing benefits would follow if completed. His previous experience on the path of the great Tao had fruitful outcomes, not only forging numerous friendships and brotherhoods but also becoming the first primordial Tao emperor in the Daoist field of the beginningless, aside from the master. An Xian turned and followed Guan's footsteps. After their figures disappeared into the forest, the blood prison great saint looked at Sin, smiling meaningfully. Brat, in the human world, while I won't interfere, I will report everything you do to the master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736, The Way of the Immortal Official. The blood prison great saint and Sin have been gone for a millennium, traveling in the human world. Time passes slowly, but for the disciples in the dojo, it seems like they were only gone for a day. During his travels in the human world, Sin broadened his understanding. He encountered all sorts of things, saved lives, was deceived, and even killed people. He also had conflicts with major sections. However, all grudges disappeared when he returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless, because no one could forcefully charge against sin. These experiences made him grow a lot, and he began to contemplate what kind of person he wanted to become. The blood prison great saint followed sin, saying he wouldn't interfere, but when faced with the siege of major sects, he couldn't stand by and took action. This also eased his relationship with sin. Those two quieted down, but among the third-generation disciples, a fearless one emerged. Guwen didn't feel annoyed but found it interesting. After all, he wouldn't teach the third-generation disciples or the fourth-generation disciples. Watching their antics had its own charm. 30,000 years later, the celestial spirit great world welcomed an unexpected guest. In the depths of the cosmos, at the world gate, the celestial spirit god awaited the visitors. The world gate emitted brilliant light, as bright as the sun. From the intense light within the gate, a figure slowly walked out. Feeling the other's celestial Tao destiny, the celestial spirit god raised his hand in salute and said, "The celestial spirit god greets the immortal monarch. May I know why the immortal monarch has come? I am Yin Xian, immortal monarch. I've come for the grand cause of the Xianyuan human venerable, the son of heaven. I've also come to seek immortal fate for the living beings of this realm." A voice came from the intense light, with a tone that was indifferent yet filled with undeniable pride. As the voice fell, a man in black robes stepped out from the intense light. He was tall and imposing, with two purple pythons coiled around his waist. The python heads wrapped around his back, raised high above his head like two colorful ribbons fluttering behind him. Hearing Yin Xian immortal monarch's words, the celestial spirit god's expression remained unchanged. He replied, "The celestial spirit great world does not wish to meddle in the contention for the Son of Heaven." If it were before, he would have hesitated. But now, with Guwen supporting him and Gu Annis' disciple in the immortal class, what did he have to fear? Whether inside or outside the celestial court, he possessed confidence. Yin Xian immortal monarch's gaze fell upon the celestial spirit god, as if trying to see through him. The celestial spirit god fearlessly met his gaze. As the intense light within the world gate faded, Yin Xian immortal monarch was gradually engulfed by darkness, making him appear less like an immortal god and more like an evil god. "May I ask whose domain this realm belongs to?" Yin Xian immortal monarch asked. Being refused by the celestial spirit god didn't anger him, for he understood the message the celestial spirit god was conveying. This guy had backers. The celestial spirit god frowned, not expecting the other to pursue the question. At that moment, a figure appeared behind the celestial spirit god, and the immortal light emitted from him caught the corner of the celestial spirit god's eye, causing him to turn his head instinctively. "I was wondering who it was, so it's Tai immortal monarch." Yin Xian immortal monarch's voice rang out. Looking at Tai immortal monarch behind the celestial spirit god, he smiled. He wasn't afraid of the celestial spirit great world having backers. He was only afraid if the backers of the celestial spirit great world wanted to support the rival son of heaven. Tai immortal monarch spoke. "Yin Xian immortal monarch, the celestial spirit great world was once under an order of destruction and has been removed from the registry of the 3,000 great worlds. Although it will be restored in the future, for now, it doesn't count in the Son of Heaven contention." Yin Xian immortal monarch laughed. "Since you put it that way, I'll indeed give some face." Tai immortal monarch nodded slightly. The celestial spirit god silently stepped aside, not obstructing the view of the two immortal monarchs. See Dich Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yin Xian immortal monarch and Tai immortal monarch were clearly acquainted. However, the atmosphere between them was somewhat tense, making the celestial spirit god feel a sense of impending conflict. What's this? Does Yin Xian immortal monarch have further teachings to impart, or does the human venerable have additional instructions? Tai immortal monarch asked as he took a step forward, his aura bursting forth, causing the celestial spirit god's expression to change. Yin Xian immortal monarch laughed. "No, I was just curious." It said that the Son of Heaven descended to this great world. I wonder if it's true or false. If it's true, do you want to investigate the Son of Heaven? Tai Immortal Monarch pressed, his attitude arrogant and domineering. How could I dare? Forget it, consider it my intrusion. Xian Immortal Monarch shook his head, smiling, then turned and walked towards the world gate. His celestial Dao destiny activated the Dao intent within the world gate, causing a burst of heavenly Dao light to erupt, once again illuminating the cosmos. Tai Immortal Monarch and the celestial spirit god watched him walk into the world gate. Only when his presence completely disappeared did they look at each other. The celestial spirit god hesitated to speak. Tai Immortal Monarch's expression became calm. He said, if we don't act strong, he would surely return. Only by showing no fear of the Son of Heaven can the Son of Heaven behind him have apprehensions. After all, right now, the Son of Heaven's opponent is another Son of Heaven. We cannot afford internal conflicts. The celestial spirit god found this reasonable and stopped asking questions. Tai Immortal Monarch turned and left, leaving behind a parting remark. More immortal gods will descend to the lower realm. Be prepared. Before his words completely faded, Tai Immortal Monarch disappeared. The celestial spirit god wasn't worried. Instead, he thought that this guy was better at dealing with situations. No wonder he became an immortal monarch. Even the path of an immortal official requires talent. The celestial spirit god lamented in his heart, then shook his head and walked towards his meditation spot. Far away in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guwen was very pleased with Tai Immortal Monarch's attitude. He didn't need to instruct him. He already knew how to handle things. Smart. As for Xianyuan human venerable behind Xian Immortal Monarch, Guwen wasn't concerned, just a Miao Zhen Daoyuo Immortal. Ancestor, how do you see my sword intent? Wuxia and Xianxia, standing in front of Guwen, asked. She held a wooden sword, its blade imbued with sword intent. Guwen was sitting on the steps carving a wooden statue and casually replied, not bad. Ancestor, could you be more attentive? No matter what I show you, you always say not bad, but I can never rank in the top 3 among the third-generation disciples. Wuxia and Xianxia pouted, her tone aggrieved and dissatisfied. Guwen actually liked her attitude. The other third-generation disciples were too respectful and even reserved around him. Only Wuxia and Xianxia dared to show some emotions in front of him. Wuxia and Xianxia was very smart and knew her limits. Every word she said was rehearsed in her mind. Guwen could hear her inner thoughts and didn't think she was hypocritical or pretentious. As long as she didn't harm others, what was wrong with using clever means to get closer? How about you go out to train like Sin? Guwen looked up at her and smiled. Wuxia and Xianxia immediately shook her head and said, I won't go out. I have no enemies or family outside, so why go out? Going out isn't that easy to return. Wuxia and Xianxia thought to herself, not everyone could be like Sin and the Blood Prison Great Saint, and there were too many entanglements in the red dust. She was afraid of getting caught up in them. Rather than forming unnecessary karmic ties outside, she preferred to stay and focus on cultivating. Her goal was to become a powerful being like her ancestor, not to get married and start a family, and certainly not to form unnecessary relationships with karmic repercussions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737, Great Tao Cause and Effect, Retribution for Evil. Guwen listened to Wuxia and Xianxia's mental activity and found it amusing. What rumors were spreading in private? Those disciples who went out and never returned were not turned away by Guwen. Go ask your teachers. You're not qualified for me to teach you yet. Guwen replied, then continued carving the wooden statue in his hand. Wuxia and Xianxia widened her eyes, wanting to say something but ultimately held back. It seems my sword skills are still inadequate, not yet seen by the ancestor. Thinking this way, Wuxia and Xianxia felt she had gotten an answer. She demonstrated in front of Guwen just to see how her achievements stood. Since they were lacking, she would continue to practice. At least now she had more motivation to gain sword enlightenment. Once she figured it out, Wuxia and Xianxia became invigorated, her whole demeanor returning to her usual lively state. After saying a few words, she hurriedly left. Gu N's lips curved upwards as he continued to carve the wooden statue. Over the long years, he had many hobbies, and those he persisted in, he integrated into his cultivation practices. Like the wooden figure in his hand now, which seemed ordinary but contained profound mysteries. He wanted to turn these figures into a powerful combat force. The number he had stored was already considerable, though his cultivation realm was still insufficient. After Shangguan Xian'er left, no one else came to disturb Guan. Until dusk, Shenzhen, who was meditating in front of the artifact refining cauldron, opened her eyes. She looked at Guan, who was admiring the wooden figure in his hand, and said, "Guan, I saw someone who is inexplicably directed by karma to rescue her." After hearing this, Guan looked at her and asked, "Who is it?" While speaking, he followed Shenzhen's karma, and what he saw and heard made his heart a little excited. Finally found her. It's a woman, meditating in the dark. That darkness? I can't describe, it's very oppressive. Shenzhen took a deep breath and said seriously. Guan stood up, putting the wooden figure into his chest pocket. He looked at Shenzhen and asked, "Do you want to go take a look?" Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shenzhen, after hearing this, didn't immediately agree but hesitated and asked, "Would it be dangerous? Am I being manipulated by some powerful entity to draw you in?" After comprehending the Tao for millions of years, although she didn't practice qi absorption cultivation much, her enlightenment period was the longest. After achieving primordial Tao Emperor, she had the most reincarnation projections in the dojo, more than an Exen. Though an Exen never said it, Guan knew she already considered Shenzhen her greatest future adversary for the Magic Battle Conference. The Blood Prison Great Saint was no longer a threat to her. With profound Tao practice and rich understanding of the path of cause and effect, she felt nothing in the world was coincidental. She couldn't possibly achieve enlightenment for no reason, nor develop a strong urge to rescue a stranger without cause. It must be some peerless great power plotting against her behind the scenes. What made her worthy of such scheming? She could only think of Guan. Indeed, someone in the unseen forces is guiding you to rescue that woman. Guan walked toward her, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Shenzhen sighed in relief and asked, "You noticed this early on? Do you know that person?" "Let's go, we'll talk on the way." Guan came to her side and gently patted her shoulder. Shenzhen stood up and followed in Guan's footsteps. As soon as she took a step, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. She found herself in darkness, with silver lines underfoot flowing forward endlessly like countless schools of fish. Guan walked ahead, Shenzhen's gaze fell on his back, and her unease dissipated. She quickly caught up to walk shoulder to shoulder with Guan and curiously asked, "What is this place? Why is there no aura of the Great Tao around?" This is a void space opened up by the path of cause and effect. Although there seems to be nothing here, there are great cause and effect barriers at the edges. These barriers are products of the rules constructed by the 3,000 Great Tao. Violating these rules will bring retribution, dissipating all Tao practice and suffering infinite misfortune until one's consciousness extinguishes. Guan answered. It was also his first time here. Even if a Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal came here, tainted by great cause and effect, they would meet a terrible end. When he used karma divine power to curse enemies, he suffered retribution from the great cause and effect, but compared to the barriers in this dimension, it was like a grain of rice compared to the moon. Though strong, the great cause and effect here couldn't harm primordial Tao fruit. In other words, a Xian Qi primordial immortal could come and go freely. The great cause and effect here would be like nothing to them. Great cause and effect. Does it mean bad karma? Shenzhen muttered. You could understand it that way. Let me tell you a story next. Guan agreed, then began narrating the story of the Emperor of Eternal Life. The journey was long. He walked at a leisurely pace, telling the story on the surface, but in truth he was using his Tao intent to help the trapped fairy Yaoxian dispel the retributions of great cause and effect. Fairy Yaoxian was entangled by great cause and effect. her consciousness sinking into a boundless abyss, constantly experiencing her worst fears, already breaking down. She hadn't entirely lost consciousness due to the Emperor's destiny protection. One had to admit, the Daoist Emperor truly was a marvelous creation, able to contend against the great Tao. For the immortal realm, Fairy Yaoxuan's great cause and effect couldn't be dispelled, and the Emperor of Eternal Life was helpless. But for Guan now, he could resolve the retribution of her great cause and effect. At first, Shenzhen wasn't very interested, listening while experiencing this unfamiliar and unknown cosmos. But soon she got captivated by the story of the Emperor of Eternal Life. Born into misery, orphaned, shouldering vengeance while cultivating, meeting a beloved but having to part, roaming across realms with an obsession but not saving the beloved before being hunted by immortal gods. Shenzhen always had a habit of writing, but she too got absorbed in the life story of the Emperor of Eternal Life, her emotions swaying along. Mysteriously, she seemed to empathize with him. The Emperor of Eternal Life sacrificed himself in the great cause and effect steel, trying to use the most perfect creation of the path of cause and effect to search for Fairy Yaoxian. As Guan spoke to this point, he stopped, his gaze shifting to Shenzhen. Shenzhen understood. She asked, "The woman I saw is Fairy Yaoxian, and the karma that led me to save her is the Emperor of Eternal Life's obsession?" Guan answered, "That's right. Once Fairy Yaoxian is saved, this karma will be over, and you won't be affected anymore." Shenzhen frowned and said, "But why did the Emperor of Eternal Life choose me? Do I have some connection to Fairy Yaoxian? Am I her descendant?" "No, you are not. But sins are." "Am not? Then why me?" Shenzhen couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, she thought of something, her eyes widened, and she asked in amazement, "Could it be you are the descendant of the Emperor of Eternal Life?" "No, what is your relationship with him? Are you his reincarnation?" The thought that Guan could be the Emperor of Eternal Life made Shenzhen's feelings complicated and inexplicable. Guan shook his head with a smile. He has already died in the great cause and effect steel without a chance for reincarnation. I just knew him. That was true. The Emperor of Eternal Life had not reincarnated. Rather, he was Guan's reincarnation body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738, Exile Realm. Upon hearing that Guan was not the reincarnation of the Emperor of Eternal Life, Shenzhen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Guan already had several women, the thought of Guan having had a memorable and reincarnated romance with a certain woman still made her a little uneasy. Guan could hear her thoughts and found it amusing. He had no intention of rekindling his past with Fairy Yaoxian. He too felt uneasy about it. He just needed to save Fairy Yaoxian and fulfill the Emperor of Eternal Lives' obsession. As for what happens to Fairy Yaoxian afterward, that would be up to her. Shenzhen asked a few more questions. She was full of curiosity about the Emperor of Eternal Life. His experiences sounded even more legendary than in Hao's, and she had also heard many names of cosmic planes and great beings in the stories, giving her a sense of touching the pinnacle of the great Tao. Guan, satisfying her curiosity, did not slow his pace. Though he seemed to be walking leisurely, each step took him a significant distance. However, this universe was too vast, far beyond comparison to the celestial spirit great world. After Guan dealt with all of Shenzhen's questions and saw her fall silent, he quickened his pace. Shenzhen looked up and saw a purple lotus blooming in the darkness ahead, emitting circles of purple light, beautiful and yet exuding a dangerous aura. When she saw the purple lotus, she barely had time to think before it suddenly appeared in front of her. Before she could react, Guan waved his sleeve, and a fierce wind arose at his feet, dispersing the purple lotus at once, revealing a figure. It was a woman in a white dress, sitting cross-legged with an upright, sacred posture, resembling an ancient female immortal, exuding an aura of desolation. Her delicate face, skin like white jade, and slightly furrowed brows stood out. What an extraordinary female immortal! No matter how many reincarnations Shenzhen had projected into, seeing countless daughters of heaven, She was still astounded by Fairy Yaoxuan's appearance and demeanor. What's wrong with her? Is she still alive? Shenzhen asked cautiously, standing beside Guan, not daring to act rashly, afraid to disturb Fairy Yaoxian. Guan replied, "She's all right now, but her consciousness needs time to recover." "I see," Shenzhen responded, yet she didn't understand what Guan had done. Did he save Fairy Yaoxian with just a wave of his hand? She watched Fairy Yaoxian silently, feeling her profound aura, her cultivation level unfathomable. So strong. Stronger than anyone she had ever seen, of course, except for Guan. Guan never revealed his aura. At first glance, he seemed like an ordinary person, but anyone who dared to challenge him would face his unrivaled power. The two fell silent, letting the void fall into complete stillness. After a long while, Shenzhen saw Fairy Yaoxuan's eyelids tremble slightly, making her nervous. The main character of Guan's story was the Emperor of Eternal Life. She knew little about Fairy Yaoxuan's personality, but from the story, this Fairy Yaoxian seemed extraordinary, a formidable presence on the path of the Great Tao. Of course, what she feared more was knowing the relationship between Fairy Yaoxian and Guan. Did they come to rescue Fairy Yaoxian just because of their acquaintance with the Emperor of Eternal Life? That sounded too far-fetched. This was not the right place, and how terrifying was the path of cause and effect. Fairy Yaoxian slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Guan and Shenzhen. She could see Shenzhen's face clearly, but Guan's face appeared blurry to her, only his outfit was distinct. Her eyes were empty, devoid of emotion, like a deep well, making Shenzhen's heart quiver. She did not speak, just quietly watched Guan and Shenzhen. Guan remained silent, knowing that Fairy Yaoxian was regaining her consciousness. Her cultivation had fallen to the Daoist collection Freedom Immortal realm, but the Daoist Emperor's destiny still lingered. With time, she could recover all her memories. Thus, silence enveloped both sides once again. After the time of a stick of incense passed, just as Shenzhen was about to lose her patience, Fairy Yaoxian spoke. "Who are you? Are you the ones who expelled the cause and effect from me?" Her voice was hoarse, her words hesitant. Guan answered, "You should be able to feel the cause and effect of the Emperor of Eternal Life on her. It was his obsession that brought us here to rescue you. From now on, you can return to the Tao universe and regain your freedom." "The Emperor of Eternal Life," Fairy Yaoxian murmured, clearly reminiscing about the name. She did not fall silent again but asked, "Can you take me away from here?" Xianxia the novel, the NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan smiled. "We managed to come here, so naturally we can leave. But before we go, we can help you resolve some potential troubles." He turned around, looking into the depths of the universe, and said, "Show yourself, product of the evil intent of the path of cause and effect." Upon hearing this, Shenzhen quickly turned around to look, but no matter where she looked, she could not see any sign of life. Fairy Yaoxian also looked up, her gaze directed towards one spot, her eyes growing colder. "Who are you to come to the exile realm?" A cold voice echoed, and with it, a pair of enormous eyes opened in the darkness, overlooking Guan and the others. Shenzhen, feeling those eyes on her, felt extremely uncomfortable, as if she was experiencing the utmost malice. Product of evil intent? Not a living being? Shenzhen asked in a low voice. "Yes, the path of cause and effect is the result of all beings defying the Tao rules. These actions carry various evil intents, and when the path of cause and effect gathers these evil intents together, it gives birth to it. It is part of the path of cause and effect. The more evil intent it encounters, the stronger it becomes. It wants to reach the Tao universe to absorb the evil intents of all beings. But it is bound by the path of cause and effect and cannot find the Tao universe. It can only sense that far away there is the evil intent it desires, so Fairy Yaoxian became its hope. If we leave directly, it will attach itself to Fairy Yaoxian." Guan introduced the origin of the mysterious giant eyes, his explanation making those eyes narrow in malice. Shenzhen shuddered at the thought. If such an existence were brought to the 3,000 great worlds, wouldn't it cause a disaster? She asked no more questions, warily watching the mysterious giant eyes ahead. You can see through my origins. Since that's the case, what do you plan to do with me? The cold voice sounded again, filled with apprehension and unwillingness. It did not want to give up on Fairy Yaoxian as its hope. Fairy Yaoxian was trapped here, and so was it. Staying here, it could not find the meaning of its existence, and the images brought by those evil intents made it yearn for the human world. Fellow Daoist, if you continue to watch the show, I may have to ruin your plans. Gu's words shocked both the mysterious giant eyes and Xianxia. There were other people? The mysterious giant eyes shifted rapidly, seemingly trying to locate the person's position. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739. Xuanqiong Saint Mother Xianxia searched everywhere but could not find the presence of any other entities. Fairy Yaoxian frowned deeply. She hadn't expected that more than one presence was watching her secretly. Guan, on the contrary, remained calm, waiting for the other party to appear. A burst of intense light erupted from the depths of the void across from the mysterious giant eye, startling Xianxia to turn around and see. Fairy Yaoxian also stood up and turned to look. The radiant light blossomed, illuminating half the cosmic void. Within that light, a figure slowly stepped out. From the figure's shape, it was a woman with an elegant posture and an extraordinary aura. She seemed like an ancient giant deity descending, towering over countless miles, larger than any mountain Xianxia had ever seen, making her widen her eyes involuntarily. I didn't expect fellow Daoists to see through my concealment technique. A cold female voice echoed, accompanied by a majestic heavenly power. Heavenly Court Immortals. Guan cast a lifespan detection toward her. Xuanqiong Saint Mother, Late Stage Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal Realm 0/0/0, Xuanqiong Saint Mother. Guan noted the name, planning to inquire with Celestial Spirit God and Tai Immortal Monarch later. Xuanqiong Saint Mother's celestial Dao destiny was extraordinarily dense. Guan could only perceive her cultivation level and true form. She was not a human who ascended to immortality through cultivation. Her true form was a tree. Guan spoke, "May I ask whom fellow Daoist seeks? This woman is not my aim. My goal is to subdue this evil entity. Could fellow Daoist grant me some convenience?" Xuanqiong Saint Mother replied, devoid of the arrogance typical of Heavenly Court Immortals. In truth, she was quite astounded. When Guan had entered with Xianxia, she was already surprised that this person could resist the counter forces of the path of cause and effect. Now, face to face, she couldn't discern Guan's depths. She couldn't even see his features clearly. What did it imply? Gu's Dao practice compared to hers was not lower and perhaps higher. The most terrifying thing was that this person bore no sign of celestial Dao destiny, indicating he did not belong to the heavenly court. To cultivate to this degree without reliance on the heavenly court, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Despite the countless powerful entities within the heavenly court, the vast majority of immortal gods grew to their current status due to the celestial Dao destiny. The higher the realm, the harder it is to ascend further. Talent alone can't measure it. If it's solely for this evil entity, I naturally won't interfere, so well leave first. As Guan spoke, he raised his hand and beckoned to Fairy Yaoxian, signaling her to follow. Then he turned and left. Xianxia followed closely, and Fairy Yaoxian didn't hesitate, catching up to their pace. "May I know fellow Daoist's name?" "I am the Supreme Immortal of the Heavenly Court, Xuanqiong Saint Mother. Since we have met, why not forge a good bond? My dojo is in the celestial extreme 9 heavens. You are welcome to visit anytime." Xuanqiong Saint Mother's voice echoed from behind, but it didn't cause Guan to stop. "My name is Meng Lang. I wander the heavens without a fixed abode. If I pass by the celestial extreme 9 heavens, I will certainly visit fellow Daoist." Guan responded casually, causing Xianxia's mouth to twitch. Xuanqiong Saint Mother said no more, watching Guan and the 2 others depart. Soon, the trio vanished into the void, while Xuanqiong Saint Mother continued toward the mysterious giant eye, the heavenly Dao light she emitted gradually enveloping the darkness. Elsewhere. Guwen led the trio into the chaotic currents of the great Tao, surrounded by dazzling lights that were mesmerizing. That person is truly a heavenly court immortal? How come that evil entity didn't flee? Before we left, it was still staring blankly. Xianxia remarked. Guwen stared ahead, saying, "She is indeed an immortal god. The heavenly court's destiny can't be faked. As for that evil entity, it wasn't foolish, but it couldn't escape at all. It doesn't fear immortal gods as it coexists with the path of cause and effect. That threatening? Can the immortal gods completely annihilate it?" Xianxia pressed. "You heard her, she wants to subdue it, which means she's here for personal gain." Subdue it? Allowing such an evil entity to grow is not right. Isn't she afraid of a catastrophe? Xianxia suddenly felt worried, thinking of how that evil entity absorbed the malicious thoughts of all beings, becoming an extremely terrifying existence that could bring catastrophe to the 3,000 great worlds. She used to love writing books and was sensitive to such plotlines. Sia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I wouldn't know, immortal gods have their own intentions. Guwen replied casually, actually not caring about such an evil entity. Not to mention Xianqi primordial immortal, even a Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal could easily subdue it. After all, the evil entity was a creation of the path of cause and effect. No matter how strong, it couldn't surpass the path itself. However, to beings that haven't created their own Dao, such an evil entity is extremely terrifying, leading to a fate worse than death if encountered. Fairy Yaoxian followed behind silently. Her heart was filled with curiosity. Before being expelled by the path of cause and effect, she hadn't encountered many immortal gods, and the aura of Xuanqiong Saint Mother was stronger than any great power she had seen. Who was this person? Why did she come? Fairy Yaoxian faintly guessed, seeing Guwen's back gradually overlap with another figure in her mind. Though she had guesses, she did not question him. There must be another hidden story he wasn't revealing. Currently, she needed to focus more on restoring her own cultivation level. Soon, the chaotic currents of the Great Tao disappeared. They arrived at a long river of Great Tao. Light rose from beneath their feet, enveloping them in brightness. Guwen stopped, turning slightly to face Fairy Yaoxian, saying, "This is the path of the Great Tao. From now on, you are free." Fairy Yaoxian gazed at him, even with his redefined face. She felt a sense of familiarity. She asked, "You saved me, don't you need me to do anything for you?" Xianxia watched them in silence. "I was an old acquaintance of the Emperor of Eternal Life. He has died within the great cause and effect steel. I just fulfilled his last wish." Guwen revealed the fate of the Emperor of Eternal Life. Fairy Yaoxian's eyes changed upon hearing this. Xianxia let out a deep breath. It seemed Guwen and Fairy Yaoxian indeed had no direct connection. At this moment, Fairy Yaoxian looked at Xianxia, saying, "She carries the cause and effect of my child. So, my child has also been saved by you. Where is he?" "He is at my dojo, taken in as my disciple. If you wish to see him, I will let him meet you when he becomes stronger." Guwen said truthfully. Fairy Yaoxian turned her gaze back to him, asking, "May I go to your dojo?" She paused and continued, "I don't know how many years I've been sealed, but now I feel that apart from my child, I have no more support or place to go. Joining your dojo, I will serve you in the future." Guwen sighed inwardly. He could hear Fairy Yaoxian's hidden guesses. She determined he was the Emperor of Eternal Life. Just right to let her child see his mother. In the future, leading Fairy Yaoxian to attain the primordial Dao Emperor, perhaps she would understand the relationship between the Emperor of Eternal Life and him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740. Immortal Gods' Evil Thoughts. Fairy Yaoxian's arrival did not cause much of a stir at the Daoist field of the beginningless. With the increasing number of fourth-generation disciples, some disciples were still strangers to each other. Fairy Yaoxian was quite intrigued by the Daoist field of the beginningless. The spiritual energy and Dao intent here were the best she had ever encountered, making it truly a holy land for cultivation. Guwen asked Xinjin to take Fairy Yaoxian to find Zue, while he returned to his room to observe the Xuanqiong Saint Mother's methods against the evil creature. Sure enough, the Xuanqiong Saint Mother subdued the evil creature and named it Xian. It is worth mentioning that the Xuanqiong Saint Mother did not introduce the celestial Dao destiny into Xian's body, which made Guwen speculate that she did not want this matter to be known by the celestial court. After subduing Xian, the Xuanqiong Saint Mother flew towards the celestial extreme 9 heavens without encountering other immortal gods. Guwen withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to ponder the path of cause and effect of the exile realm. How was such a place formed, and why did it give birth to an existence like Xian? If the path of cause and effect can form Dao rules, so can other paths. Does that mean there are other existences similar to Xian in other exile realms of different Dao? Given that the celestial Dao destiny is not omnipresent, the 3,000 great worlds are the central places for celestial Dao destiny. Beyond them, there are other realms for celestial Dao destiny, such as the primordial Emperor Domain, Misty Immortal Court, and Ling Mountain. However, there are many places outside the celestial Dao as well. Places like the Hongmeng Great World, Abyss Dao Sea, and Supreme Origin Forest that Guwen had visited. At present, the cosmic planes outside the celestial Dao far surpass those within it. This means that the celestial Dao is far from encompassing the great Dao. Standing at the pinnacle of the celestial Dao, what do the celestial Emperor and the celestial Dao venerables face? And do they have worries? While Guwen was thinking divergently, Zue reunited with Fairy Yaoxian. Before Xinjin could introduce Fairy Yaoxian, Zue rushed to her. A mother-child reunion is always a heartwarming scene. Zue hugged his mother, wanting to share countless words, while Fairy Yaoxian, seeing that he was doing well, had a face full of smiles. In the days that followed, the relationship between Zue and Fairy Yaoxian became known. Zue was Guwen's youngest disciple, and all disciples of the Daoist field of the beginningless knew that Guwen doted on him. No one expected Guwen to go as far as to bring his mother back as well. Many disciples had their suspicions but did not dare to voice them. Guwen possessed great divine skills, so even if they spoke in the softest of whispers, he would likely hear them. Guwen did not care much about the disciples' thoughts. Time would dilute all doubts. Although Fairy Yaoxian's realm had fallen to that of a Daoist Zhang Zizai Immortal, she was still an emperor of the great Dao. After arriving, her cultivation level grew rapidly. It is worth mentioning that Fairy Yaoxian saw through Nzin's cultivation of the Immortal Emperor's eye and proactively proposed a spar. Although neither emerged victorious, it put pressure on an Xian. An Xian would spar with Fairy Yaoxian every 1,000 years. Until Fairy Yaoxian reached the profound Yuan-free immortal realm, an Xian was no longer her match. For an Xian to achieve the profound Yuan-free immortal realm, it required years of accumulated great Dao insights, while Fairy Yaoxian was merely regaining her former cultivation level. Fairy Yaoxian and an Xian developed a close relationship, which Guwen considered a good thing. Following the Emperor of Eternal Life in battle for so many years, her understanding of the Immortal Emperor's eye would greatly benefit an Xian. Time flew by quickly. 1,000,000 years had passed since Fairy Yaoxian joined the Daoist field of the beginningless. In the morning, Guwen stood by the lake. Practicing Tai Chi, his movements were slow but had the graceful beauty of floating clouds and flowing water. While practicing, he brought up his attribute panel. Name, Guwen, lifespan, 6, 250, 704/450, 337, 945, 422, 651. Physique, primordial infinite creation Dao body. Cultivation level, perfection of Xian Qi primordial immortal realm, 4.5 trillion years of lifespan. He was halfway to the trillion-year mark, but Guwen felt that the next breakthrough would require more than just 1 trillion years of lifespan. Fortunately, he had no strong enemies currently. With the Eternal Life Venerable, Yang Jian, Li Xuanmiao and other immortal gods around, he had a buffer with the Celestial Court, preventing enmity. Fighting and killing did not suit him. He preferred this leisurely and peaceful life, doing whatever he wanted while continuously growing stronger. For him, Lifespan was like an experience bar in a game. Watching it grow assured him that he was on the right path to becoming stronger. Practicing Tai Chi was something he took interest in during his leisure time, using some fist techniques from his past life. After several rounds, this set of Tai Chi had evolved into a secret skill of the immortal Dao in his hands. Every move and stance could shake the world. Sar the novel, F.I.R. at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A figure emerged from the woods behind him. It was Fairy Xianxia, dressed in a white gown, exuding grace and an enigmatic demeanor despite her cold expression. Only Guan knew that Fairy Xianxia had yet to reveal her true character. In the Emperor of Eternal Lives memories, she was immensely combative and quite arrogant. Throughout their adventures, it was often the Emperor of Eternal Life who acted as the voice of reason. Perhaps her memories had not fully returned, or perhaps it was the sediment of years, but since arriving at the Daoist field of the beginningless, Fairy Xianxia had behaved with great composure and the stature of a grand master. In a million years, she had established a high level of prestige. Except for Guan, no one knew her true nature. She stood quietly behind Guan, watching him. "Does the fairy have something to discuss?" Guan asked, without pausing his movements. Fairy Xianxia spoke. "Between the Daoist Emperor and the primordial Dao Emperor, who do you think is stronger?" She was certain Guan was the Emperor of Eternal Life, as he had once been a Daoist Emperor and now practiced as a primordial Dao Emperor, which intrigued her. The Daoist field of the beginningless already had more than 10 primordial Dao Emperors. Through them, Fairy Xianxia learned the wonders of the primordial Dao Emperor, which fascinated her. But she was already a Daoist Emperor and was unsure if she could directly cultivate the primordial Dao Emperor or if she would need to abandon her Daoist Emperor destiny first. "Stronger or weaker depends on the individual cultivator," Guan replied. That was truly what he thought. Although the primordial Dao Emperor seemed poised to surpass the Daoist Emperor, it was because its cultivation method was easier, at least without the need for constant combat, and failure didn't mean death. Even great powers would dislike constant battles within their own realm or higher. Fairy Xianxia nodded slightly and continued, "During my years in exile, I witnessed countless scenes and captured many malicious thoughts involving the great cause and effect. Are you interested in hearing them?" "If you want to say it, then say it," Guan replied casually. As the Daoist field of the beginningless could isolate any cause and effect, discussions were not restricted here. Fairy Xianxia fell silent for a moment, then said, "I saw the malicious thoughts of the heavenly court immortals. Some immortal gods wanted to perform a blood sacrifice of all living beings, some wanted to seize the celestial emperor's throne, and what? And the malicious thoughts of the celestial emperor." Guan paused his movements, stood straight, and turned to face her. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 741. Zhang Buku's Obsession, that evil intention claims to be the celestial emperor. He is weary of everything he has created and hostile towards everything he possesses. He even wants to destroy the heavenly Tao itself. Such malice makes me feel terrified even now. If this evil intention truly comes from the celestial emperor, it will be an unimaginable catastrophe. Fairy Xianxia spoke, her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes filled with worry. She had seen immortal gods and heard of myths about the celestial emperor. In the mythology of the 3,000 great worlds, the celestial emperor is a supreme existence. Some myths say the celestial emperor is the creator giant god of everything. In any myth, the celestial emperor is a top existence that cultivators can only look up to. Guan did not doubt Fairy Xianxia's words. Instead, he found them plausible. The celestial emperor has been invincible for too many years, and the position of the celestial court is unshakable. Absolute power plus endless lifespan means he will get used to everything and everyone, and after getting used to them comes weariness, and further, it might lead to hostility. Thinking about it now, the celestial emperor overlooks the conflict of the sons of heaven, perhaps just for amusement. Guan could foresee the direction of the sons of heaven's conflict. How much more could the celestial emperor? Knowing there was calamity, the Celestial Emperor still did not show up. Perhaps in the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, the calamity for all living beings was just a bit of fun. Of course, Guan found it possible, but until he saw the Celestial Emperor in person, he would not make any judgment about him. Why worry about things that have not yet happened? Even if it's true, what can you and I do? Guan looked at Fairy Yaoxian, trying to comfort her. Sar the Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Xianxia Primordial Immortal can see a very distant future but cannot see the end of the heavenly Dao, nor judge the fate of the great Dao. Fairy Yaoxian stared at Guan, saying, "You once pursued the path of cause and effect. Now your cultivation level is profound and unfathomable, yet you hide in this little world. Isn't it because you fear the celestial court?" Listening to Xinzhen, the Emperor of Eternal Life was once hunted by immortal gods and ultimately sacrificed himself into the great cause and effect steel. In Fairy Yaoxian's view, these events contributed to the present-day Guan. The Emperor of Eternal Life was so spirited, never knowing fear, acting bravely, even recklessly. Clearly, after entering the great cause and effect steel, the Emperor of Eternal Life did not die, but because of the immortal gods, he began to hide his identity, cultivating in a little world until now. After achieving great cultivation, he saved her immediately. Because of this, Fairy Yaoxian would not expose Guan's disguise. Since Guan feared the immortal gods, why create trouble? She only needed to inform him about the celestial court. Guan listened to Fairy Yaoxian's inner thoughts, feeling quite helpless. Really good at imagination. Guan solemnly said, "I have no grievances with the celestial court. No matter what you imagine, it's wrong. I enjoy my current life. I am not a combative person." Fairy Yaoxian responded, "I also focus on cultivation, enjoying the current life. If you want to learn about the celestial court, I have more information to share." "Well, that's not impossible," Guan pondered. He couldn't deduce the evil intention Fairy Yaoxian felt within the path of cause and effect. It could only be explained by her or recalled. Fairy Yaoxian smiled upon hearing this. Above the sea of clouds, the celestial calming god walked ahead, followed by 9 heavenly soldiers, including Zhang Buku and Suyu. Millions of years passed, and the demeanor of Zhang Buku and Suyu had undergone drastic changes, now possessing the demeanor of heavenly soldiers. Zhang Buku was communicating with Suyu, curious about whom they were to meet this time. Probably going to meet the Star Monarch or Immortal Monarch. Suyu responded through transmission, hearing Zhang Buku's eyes filled with curiosity. He had just begun to understand the celestial court, captivated by its hierarchical ranks. Since he aimed to ascend, he must strive upwards. If he could meet the Star Monarch or Immortal Monarch, that would be ideal. Of course, he was merely thinking. He currently lacked the qualifications to converse with the Star Monarch, let alone to meet the Immortal Monarch. No matter whom we meet later, you must kneel. Understand? The celestial calming god's voice came from the front, stern. Understood. The 9 heavenly soldiers responded in unison. This was the tacit understanding that had developed over millions of years of living together, and the celestial calming god's words also made them nervous. After walking for 1 stick of incense time, the celestial calming god suddenly knelt down. The 9 heavenly soldiers quickly followed, kneeling in a row behind him. Zhang Buku scanned the front. The boundless sea of clouds was vast and magnificent. There was not even a single building, let alone any sign of other immortal gods. Where is the Star Monarch? Zhang Buku was filled with confusion. At this moment, an awe-inspiring celestial might descended, causing the heavenly soldiers' expressions to change. They all looked up, their eyes wide, mouths agape. A giant golden mountain descended from the sky, bringing an overwhelming presence, smashing onto the sea of clouds, creating waves of air current. In front of this golden mountain, the 9 heavenly soldiers felt their chi blood vibrate, their hearts oppressed. Before they could think further, another golden mountain descended from the sky, followed by more golden mountains after it. Boom, 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 the world roared, trembling continuously as the golden mountains stacked together, quickly forming a heavenly ascension stairs, leading upwards indefinitely. Even though the 9 heavenly soldiers had reached the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm, they could not see the highest point. The heavenly ascension stairs is the only road to the heavenly realm. Even celestial gods are not privileged to step on it. Each stair holds immense celestial might, making it impossible to force through. Su Yu's voice transmitted to Zhang Buku's ears. Zhang Buku dumbly stared at the heavenly ascension stairs, his heart shocked, his mind blank. The other 7 heavenly soldiers felt similarly. They had never seen such a breathtaking scene before, with the celestial might making their souls tremble, inducing an urge to bow. When the roar faded, Zhang Buku came to his senses. He saw a radiant light appear at the top of the heavenly ascension stairs, resembling a sun hanging above it. A figure slowly emerged from within, walking down the stairs. He couldn't see the true form of the figure, but his heartbeat echoed like war drums. A sudden determination arose within him. He wanted to ascend the heavenly ascension stairs. He wanted to become a true immortal god. He wanted to stand in the heavenly realm, looking down upon all heavens and myriad realms. His desire to ascend to immortality became unprecedentedly strong. The celestial calming god looked up silently, waiting for the immortal god to come down. The mysterious immortal god did not walk fast. As he passed more stairs, his form became immense, like the creator giant god from outer heaven descending to the human world, bringing immense pressure to the 9 heavenly soldiers. I am Xian, immortal monarch. Are you the celestial calming god? A cold voice descended from the sky. Hearing this, the celestial calming god quickly responded, I am the celestial calming god. What does the immortal monarch command? His body was taut, seemingly not expecting to meet an immortal monarch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, Lord of the Human Race Xian, Immortal Monarch. Zhang Buku's heart tightened. The newcomer was an immortal god a step higher than a star monarch, which made him very nervous. As the other party continued to descend, the oppressive feeling he felt rapidly grew stronger. Now, he could not even lift his head, let alone glimpse Xian, Immortal Monarch's figure. How powerful was this? Zhang Buku could not imagine. Even though he was already considered knowledgeable and experienced, he was still shocked by Xian, Immortal Monarch's overwhelming heavenly might. He could not help but wonder, compared to the mysterious great power that once suppressed their entire celestial army on the path of the great Tao, which one was stronger? Xian, Immortal Monarch looked down at the celestial gods and heavenly soldiers below, expressionless, quite different from when facing Tai Immortal Monarch. After a long while, Xian, Immortal Monarch finally stopped his steps, still standing on the heavenly ascension stairs, far above the ground, like an unshakable giant mountain. Heavenly calming god, Huang Feng Immortal Monarch should have explained everything to you. Xian, Immortal Monarch's voice sounded, with a majestic tone. Heavenly calming god looked up and replied, He has explained it. We will do our best to support the human venerable. Human venerable? Zhang Buku was secretly curious. The human venerable should be one of the sons of heaven. Xian, Immortal Monarch waved his hand, and a golden light descended from the sky, falling in front of the heavenly calming god. As the golden light dissipated, a golden pill the size of a pigeon egg appeared. Keep this pill safe. When the contest of the celestial sons begins, you will charge at the forefront. This pill will be your reliance. Xian, Immortal Monarch spoke again. The heavenly calming god seemed to know the origin of the pill and didn't ask further. After receiving the golden pill, he immediately saluted Xian, Immortal Monarch. Xian, Immortal Monarch said no more and turned to ascend, respectfully seeing off the immortal monarch. The heavenly calming god shouted loudly, followed by 9 heavenly soldiers. Their voices resounded through the sky. Xian, Immortal Monarch's footsteps on the heavenly ascension stairs were very heavy, like rolling thunder, louder than when he came. Vaguely, Zhang Buku seemed to hear countless celestial gods shouting, shaking his mind. Only when Yin Xian immortal monarch disappeared at the end of the heavenly ascension stairs, and the heavenly might dissipated, did Zhang Buku dare to look up. Under his gaze, the heavenly ascension stairs gradually became transparent, disappearing like a mirage. The heavenly calming god stood up, and the heavenly soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and stood up one after another. God Lord, is that human venerable the son of heaven we are to support? What is the immortal monarch's cultivation level? Such terrifying aura, I was tense all over just now and didn't dare move. Are we to charge forward? Is this good or bad? Of course it is good. We have the celestial court's destiny, immortal and indestructible. What's there to fear? This is our opportunity to earn merit. The heavenly soldiers asked in a flurry. They were smart, not asking about the golden pill. The heavenly calming god looked at them and said calmly, "It is indeed an opportunity to earn merit. We are serving the human venerable. The human venerable once trained in the 3,000 great worlds and was once the lord of the human race in one of the great worlds. He has a heart of compassion for all living beings. Only with him becoming the celestial emperor can the heavenly Tao continue on the right path. So, the upcoming Celestial Sons contest is not just for our benefit but for the future of the heavenly Tao. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the heavenly soldiers all nodded seriously, except for Su Yu, who slightly pouted. The heavenly calming god then walked back to their original path, followed closely by the 9 heavenly soldiers. Far away in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan was watching them. He was very concerned about this junior, Zhang Buku. Of course, this was also because Zhang Buku constantly thought about him. If Zhang Buku had long forgotten him, he wouldn't be paying so much attention. Zhang Buku's experience was just a microcosm. In the 3,000 great worlds, the movement of celestial gods was frequent, with star monarchs and immortal monarchs descending to the lower realm continuously, rapidly boosting the celestial Tao destiny of the 3,000 great worlds. The celestial Tao destiny not only enhanced nature's spiritual energy but also helped cultivators of immortality to cultivate better. The beings of the 3,000 great worlds were unaware of the celestial god's struggle, thinking that their respective worlds were welcoming an unprecedented golden age. Xianxia the novel, NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The celestial spirit great world was also within the 3,000 great worlds. Its celestial Tao destiny was also on the rise, and the human world continuously produced talented individuals, which did not affect the 9 spirit continent. Guan withdrew his gaze and then looked at the mountains, wherein Zizai and Zue were suspended in the air. The two seemed motionless but had already entered the domain created by Guan, engaging in combat. And Zizai had diligently cultivated the myriad supreme palm and had achieved some accomplishments. Guan had not passed this palm technique to anyone else. Different disciples would cultivate different Daoist techniques, and it wasn't necessary to pass everything to one person. Compared to in Zizai, Zue's mastery of divine skills was more extensive. To be precise, Zue had no weaknesses in any area, which was why no single divine skill stood out prominently. Even so, Zue was forcefully pressing in Zizai in combat. Guan was pondering whether to guide Zue in cultivating the immortal emperor's eye, as it would be inheriting the legacy of the emperor of eternal life. The immortal emperor's eye could be directly transplanted, but Guan did not want to do that. He could only guide Zue to cultivate it and see if Zue had the destiny for it. An hour later, Zue and Zizai opened their eyes at the same time, both panting heavily. And Zizai's face was quite unsightly. He didn't expect that his proud myriad supreme palm could do nothing against Zue. Zue was also shocked, not expecting a 3rd-generation disciple to be so powerful. And Zizai, you are really formidable. Someday you might surpass some 2nd-generation disciples. Zue sincerely sighed. Since he had gone out with the blood prison great saint to train for 1,000 years, he was no longer so arrogant and had learned some worldly manners. He had to encourage his junior. And Zizai forced a smile and said, "I'm not that great." The two exchanged pleasantries and then flew towards Guan. "Zue, you can go back now. I need to teach in Zizai alone." Guan said, Hearing this, Zue was stunned for a moment and then left with a salute. And Zizai looked at Guwen with a face full of guilt. Although Zue was his senior uncle, Zue had joined the dojo later than him. He had even watched Zue cultivate up close. Now being defeated by Zue, he felt he had disappointed his ancestors' expectations. Don't think too much about it. Whether one of you is stronger than the other, you are both family. Through sparring, finding your shortcomings, and improving together, that is the most important thing. Fellow disciples should always be family and not enemies. Understand? Guwen said earnestly. Hearing this, Zizai took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Next, I will teach you the second palm of the myriad supreme palm, the myriad dragons ascending to heaven. This palm contains powerful sealing power, which can just make up for your current shortcomings. Gu's words filled Zizai's eyes with anticipation. He immediately knelt and said in a solemn voice, "Disciple will strive to cultivate the myriad supreme palm. One day, I will make this palm renowned in the world, becoming the strongest secret skill in the universe." Guwen nodded in satisfaction and said, "I appreciate your determination. In fact, I have great expectations for you. You might even be the disciple I look forward to the most in the beginningless lineage." These words made Zizai's entire being ignite with passion, and his face turned visibly red with excitement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743, Mo Luo Clan, Chaos of Immortals and Demons in the Dark Depths of the Universe. Bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, entwining and spreading. Faintly, a colossal entity was advancing, accompanied by lightning. The massive scales that resembled mountains reflected a cold, icy light. On the other end of the universe, countless meteorites gathered into a meteorite belt. Zhu Shi and a dozen cultivators stood on one of the meteorites, looking into the depths of the void, all frowning. What is that? The aura is so terrifying. It must have at least reached the level of a heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. It seems to be tearing apart the universe? Could it be that the battle for the Son of Heaven is about to start? The cultivators around Zhu Shi whispered to each other, all very tense. Since the unification of the Taiwei Great World, the Holy Court's main focus had been preparing for the battle, anticipating the inevitable struggle for the Son of Heaven. Today, they suddenly sensed an uninvited guest arriving in the Taiwei Great World, so they came to observe the situation. The Taiwei Great World also had immortal gods guarding it. As long as those immortal gods were not disturbed, it meant that the Taiwei Great World had not faced an apocalyptic disaster. What they needed to do was to prepare countermeasures in advance. Zhu Shi stared intently at the giant entity at the end of the void, wondering why its aura seemed somewhat familiar to her. There was one person, however, who saw through the origin and identity of this colossal entity. Guwen's 70,000 years had passed since Guwen taught Zizai the second palm of the myriad supreme palm. Today, he was wandering through a city in the Taizong dynasty when he suddenly sensed that mysterious creatures were continuously invading the 3,000 great worlds, so he looked up. This demon and the demon god body have similar blood and flesh aura. Mo Luo Clan. Mo Luo Qilin, Sar the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guwen looked at the mysterious demonic creature infiltrating the Taiwei Great World and quickly calculated its cause and effect. The Mo Luo clan comes from the edge of the Great Tao and is somewhat causally linked to chaos evil demons. There are countless forms within the Mo Luo clan. The demon god bodies crafted by the immortal gods are derived from the flesh and blood of the Mo Luo clan. And now, the mysterious creatures invading the 3,000 great worlds also come from the Mo Luo clan, known as Mo Luo Qilin. These Mo Luo Qilin are all bound by invisible heavenly Tao lock chains. Their purpose is to station themselves within the Great Thousand Worlds. From a macro perspective, Guwen saw that not all Great Thousand Worlds had Mo Luo Qilin, only half of them did. It appeared that this was a tactic of a certain Son of Heaven, deploying forces in advance. Guwen deduced that the Son of Heaven manipulating the Mo Luo Qilin was the great immortal divine Yuan. The great immortal divine Yuan relied on the combined forces of the Mo Luo clan and the native cultivators of the great world, while Xinyuan human venerable depended more on the heavenly soldiers and generals. In the future, when the two sides clashed, it would bring chaos between immortals and demons to the 3,000 great worlds. Guwen quickly halted his deductions, wanting to leave some suspense for the future. Although the celestial spirit great world was not under the call of the sons of heaven, it was also part of the 3,000 great worlds and could not avoid catastrophe. At that time, the various sects would have to resist invaders from other great worlds and even face the havoc caused by demonic creatures and heavenly soldiers. At that time, Guwen would also send out his Wuxia disciples for training. Mere secluded cultivation was not enough. Even for Guwen, having undergone numerous lifespan reincarnations, he had accumulated battle experience unimaginable to ordinary people. Then, Guwen withdrew his gaze and continued to walk down the streets of the human world. This city in the human world had cultivators, with the highest realm reaching the nascent soul realm, but it was still mostly inhabited by mortals. The streets were lined with various vendors, and it was the flower season, with numerous petals floating in the air, mingling with a special fragrance that was refreshing and delightful. As he walked, Guwen noticed a group of children chasing and beating a small black dog. The dog's fur was dirty and matted, and it was limping, but the children found it amusing. Passers-by, though some glanced over, did not intervene. No one cared about the safety of a stray dog, thinking that children under 10 couldn't possibly harm it fatally. Guwen initially did not pay attention, but the small black dog ran towards him, surprising him somewhat. Although he hadn't concealed his aura or presence, the small black dog choosing him was a kind of fate. The small black dog ran up to him, circling behind his legs, and the children coming after it stopped in their tracks, looking at him timidly. Guwen's clean and elegant attire made him look unlike a common person, so the children naturally didn't dare offend him. The older children exchanged glances, then turned and ran, with the other children quickly following suit. Whimpering, the small black dog leaned against Guwen's boot, whimpering pitifully. Guwen glanced at it and then continued walking. The small black dog stayed in place for a moment, then limped to follow Guwen. Guwen didn't pay it any mind and continued his stroll. By dusk, he left the city, and the small black dog still followed, though it looked extremely exhausted, stumbling as it walked. After leaving the city, Guwen entered the woods, and the distance between him and the small black dog gradually increased. Unknown time passed, and the small black dog finally couldn't hold on, collapsing on the ground, its eyelids growing heavy. It struggled to open and close its eyes. Seeing Guwen squatting before it, an unusual light flickered in its eyes. "Since you have such perseverance, I will help you shed your mortal form. But I hope you do not become what you now fear and despise." Guwen's voice reached the small black dog's ears. Though it was ignorant, these words etched deeply into its heart. Drowsiness surged like a tide, quickly dragging its consciousness into darkness. Night fell. Guwen returned to his courtyard. Shenzhen, unusually, was not meditating before the artifact refining cauldron but lay on the rocking chair where Guwen usually lounged, reading a book. Seeing Guwen return, she glanced at him and asked, "You seem to be in a good mood?" I did a good deed today, saved a little dog," Guwen said with a smile, but these words made Shenzhen feel awkward. With his immense cultivation level, capable of saving all living beings in an instant, now simply saving a dog could make him so happy? Shenzhen always felt she understood Guwen well, but sometimes she felt she didn't understand him at all. Perhaps her Tao practice was still insufficient, or maybe something more profound happened during the process of saving the dog. Guwen ignored her and went straight into the room. The moon set and the sun rose, day after day. The Daoist field of the beginningless remained untroubled by worldly affairs. A year outside was like a day inside. Another 1,000,000 years passed. On this day, after picking medicinal herbs, Guwen returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless. Midway up the mountain, he saw fourth-generation disciples gathered together, discussing the affairs of the world. They talked about a great demon that had unified half of the human world, a demon calling itself the Demon Emperor with a grand following, unsettling the 9 sects of the human world. It was said that the 9 sects were debating whether to eliminate this demon. This demon had not committed any evil deeds, but the gathered power of the demon race under it posed a significant threat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744. The destiny of the Son of Heaven. The Demon Emperor, who is renowned throughout the world, is precisely the little black dog that Guwen saved 1,000,000 years ago. He conducts himself with integrity, never bullying the weak, nor harming the human race, so his reputation is excellent. Not only does the demon race respect him, but many human race cultivators also admire him. Thus, the 9 major sects don't dare to act rashly. They must have a legitimate reason. All 9 sects of the world adhere to the righteous Tao. Acting in the name of the righteous Tao requires a justification, especially for matters like waging war and taking lives, which must have an unavoidable reason. Tia the novel and et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guwen listened to the disciples' discussions and already foresaw the fate of the demon emperor. In a few years, the 9 major sects would suppress him, sealing him beneath a certain great mountain and dispersing his demon race forces. However, this would also sow the seeds of a future great war between the demon race and the human race in the celestial spirit great world. In the long years that followed, the demon race would continuously produce outstanding talents, one after another, attempting to rescue the demon emperor. This would leave behind many well-known legends, widely circulated even among the human race. Although the demon emperor's future would be bitter, this had nothing to do with Guwen. A mere acquaintance was not enough for Guwen to consider him as one of his own. If he were to intervene again, it would be unfair to all living beings in the world. Guwen allowed himself to have selfish intentions, but these intentions could not be misused. In fact, whenever he encountered people or events he couldn't tolerate during his travels, he would intervene. He wasn't the kind of great power who stayed aloof from matters that didn't concern him. As long as it didn't affect the destiny of a place, he would help those in suffering, whether humans or demons. Guwen continued forward without disturbing the disciples. He walked up the mountain and returned to his courtyard. An Xian was rarely there, discussing the path of cause and effect with Shenzhen. Seeing Guwen return, an Xian immediately approached and said, "Master, if the 4th-generation disciples want to go out and train, should we allow it?" The earliest 4th-generation disciples had been cultivating in the Daoist field of the beginningless for millions of years and had already reached the Zizai immortal realm. But without Guwen's order, the disciples didn't dare to go out, nor even dare to step into the world gate. Although they could travel around the 9-spirit continent, which also enjoyed the blessings of the dojo, in reality, there was a significant difference between the two. Wuxia was a holy land suspended above the 9-spirit continent, and many families wanted to send their offspring here, which required outstanding talent and destiny. When Guwen allowed the 4th-generation disciples to take on their own disciples, it would undoubtedly stir up waves across the continent. They can go out but must not enter the world gate. They must return within 10,000 years. If they start a family or fail to return on time, they won't be able to come back. Moreover, if they commit many evil deeds, Wuxia will cleanse the sect, whether they return or not. Guwen casually replied. Every choice had its gains and losses. Wuxia disciples had already enjoyed privileges beyond the reach of the masses and couldn't have it all. He did this to give Wuxia disciples an opportunity to return to secular life. Going out to train for 10,000 years and seeing enough of the red dust, they could come back with a firmer will to pursue the Tao. An Xian nodded slightly upon hearing this. Master, actually, I'm thinking about whether to guide the disciples to open up their own worlds. This way, they won't need to go out and can experience the red dust in their own worlds. An Xian asked hesitantly. Zizai immortals were not yet capable of creating real worlds, but at least it served as a goal. Guwen answered, no need to guide them. They don't need hope. Pursuing immortal cultivation and seeking the Tao is a process of self-exploration. Their choices are theirs to bear. You must not become entangled in cause and effect. An Xian found this reasonable and gave up the idea. She had no other questions, saluted Guan, and continued her discussion with Xinzhen. Guan did not disturb them, nor was he interested in listening. He returned to his room to read. During his recent trip to the human world, he had acquired several intriguing books, which he planned to savor overnight. In the brilliant starry sky, floating islands adorned with 7-colored clouds were surrounded by manifesting destiny, turning into dragons that soared continuously. This was the misty immortal court. Tian Hao stood on a roof ridge wearing a white robe with gold embroidery, overlooking the grand vista of the misty immortal court. His brows were slightly furrowed, his eyes complex. Millions of years had passed, and Tian Hao's momentum was even more imposing. Strands of chi force coiled around him, displaying the demeanor of the Son of Heaven perfectly. "Who am I exactly?" Tian Hao muttered to himself. He had already recalled memories of his past life as an Hao, and his entire life floated within his mind, making him all the more grateful to Guan. Now, though far from the celestial spirit great world and carrying a mission, he couldn't easily return to repay his debt. Hence, he thought more about himself. He realized that an Hao was just one identity from his many past lives, with larger hidden connections of cause and effect, and a terrifying power deeply embedded within him. He looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the top of the universe. A figure appeared beside him, a white-haired elder in a yellow robe, tall and straight, standing beside him with equal momentum. "Master, I seem to have found my destiny." Tian Hao spoke softly, his gaze fixed upwards. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. "Your destiny is for you to find, but many things can't just be thought about. You need to see them for yourself." Tian Hao glanced at him and asked, "Can I go to the celestial court now? If you truly face punishment, I doubt even your sheer luck will let you escape Kangshan's scrutiny. What do you think?" The elder replied with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, a subtle change occurred in Tian Hao's eyes. He fell into an inner struggle. Now that the contest for the Son of Heaven is about to begin, though the misty immortal court is not within the 3,000 great worlds, it would still be implicated. "You should leave. When the sons of heaven meet, destiny patterns will appear, forcibly returning you to your origin and wiping out your current will." The elder continued, his tone relaxed, as if discussing a trivial matter. Tian Hao was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, turning to the elder. "Master, if I regain my identity as the Son of Heaven and forget past kindness, won't it be unfair to you?" The elder shook his head with a laugh. "You're not my only disciple. Furthermore, being able to have the Son of Heaven as my disciple is a great honor for me beyond 3 lifetimes." For some reason, Tian Hao felt a bit disappointed in his heart upon hearing these words. He thought of Guan. That master would never say such things, at least not diminishing the stature of being a master. But he could also understand his current master's perspective. The entire misty immortal court prided itself on attaining immortal positions in the celestial court, and he was the Son of Heaven. Naturally, they would flatter him. Perhaps it was truly time to leave. Since the spread of Tian Hao's identity as the Son of Heaven, he could clearly feel the overly enthusiastic attitudes around him, so passionate it felt unreal, making him want to escape. "In that case, I shall go to the celestial court to face my true destiny," Tian Hao said with a firm voice, looking at the elder. He wanted to understand which Son of Heaven he truly was and what kind of past he had. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745. Lifespan of 10 quadrillion years, profound abyss ancient tree. The struggle of the Son of Heaven draws closer to the 3,000 great worlds, and for all living beings, the most apparent sign is the increase in mythical stories. Immortal gods are no longer just ethereal legends. In each great thousand world beyond the heavens, grand opportunities continuously appear, bringing boundless hope to the cultivators of the 3,000 great worlds. The immortal god's concept of time differs from that of mortal spirits. Even in the preparation stage, millions of years do not seem long. Time flies by. Millions of years turn a page in the giant book of time. More and more immortal gods begin to descend into the 3,000 great worlds. the world of the celestial spirit great world starts to become turbulent, not because of the struggle for the Son of Heaven, but due to the 9 major sects suppressing the demon emperor, causing upheaval in the demon race. On this day, deep in the sea, within the hidden spirit palace, Guwen was picking medicinal herbs when his actions suddenly paused. Your lifespan has broken through the 10 trillion year mark for the first time. A random upgrade to lifespan functions will now commence. Your lifespan reincarnation function has been upgraded. Lifespan reincarnation upgraded successfully. Lifespan reincarnation. Perform reincarnation evolution, which will reflect in reality. Each session consumes 1 billion years of lifespan. All memories obtained during reincarnation will transmit into your mind as if experienced firsthand. There is no time limit to reincarnation evolution. It depends entirely on the choices made during causality. You can choose to reincarnate into the past, present, or future, or select a prior reincarnation body to reincarnate again. All reincarnations will retain lifespan evolution abilities, and merging memories with reality will take just an hour. Looking at the series of prompts before him, Guwen squinted slightly. The consumption for lifespan reincarnation rising from 10 million to 1 billion years seems substantial, yet the actual content feels worth it. Choosing independently among the past, present, and future can circumvent many troubles, and selecting a prior reincarnation body for a new reincarnation can yield even more gains. For someone like Yang Xian, whose talent and comprehension are exceedingly high, if he reached the Xianxia primordial immortal realm, the fortune he would bring to Guwen is far beyond what a billion-year lifespan evolution could offer. Of course, opening a new reincarnation would also generate more anticipation. Given his current lifespan, consuming 1 billion years of lifespan is no concern for Guwen. Guwen continued to pick medicinal herbs, preparing to initiate a lifespan reincarnation session after his current task, opting for a new reincarnation body rather than a previous one. To him, each new reincarnated life was akin to an epic and vast novel. Having not started a new one for a while, he was indeed feeling nostalgic. As for the causality brought by lifespan reincarnation, he now took it lightly, accepting or ignoring it at will, confident in facing any resultant effects. Continuous cultivation, striving for the summit of the great Tao, was not meant for servitude to all living beings. He had no desire to care for every world. Protecting his surroundings sufficiently was enough to live happily and freely. Thinking this way, perhaps immortal gods are too free, hence neglectful of all living beings? Guwen suddenly considered this but then thought it over and found it not entirely true. The immortal gods need the worship of all living beings. The celestial Tao destiny requires the faith of all beings, but he did not need it. Even when creating the primordial Tao Emperor fortune, he did not require the faith and offerings of cultivators. His creations were more driven by personal interest. After a while, seeing that Guwen had finished picking the herbs, the deep sea dragon carp, who had been waiting by his side, approached. Having followed Guwen for over 9 million years, the young and naive fish was now a venerable figure with the poise of an enlightened grandmaster. Occasionally, it would venture out to explore the world, gathering knowledge for future opportunities, something Guwen permitted, not wanting to confine it here forever. The deep sea dragon carp would go out but never stay away for long, leaving avatars to manage the hidden spirit palace's various medicine gardens without mishap. "Master, have you heard about the demon emperor?" the deep sea dragon carp asked cautiously. Guwen asked offhandedly, "I've heard. What of it?" He began selecting herbs to bring back. Although he did not need medicinal herbs, the Wuxia disciple did, and his Tao fruit universe already had a massive stock of elixirs. Since cultivating herbs in the Tao fruit universe would drain his mana, not lifespan, he had no desire to cultivate it. For now, he used it only for storage. Don't you think the 9 major sects are too despicable? It's not because impartial to our demon race, but the demon emperor is a leader admired even by humans. He advocates for peaceful coexistence among all races, sharing the Tao and even teaching human cultivators, saving those in distress. Such a demon was oppressed by the righteous Daoist sects for a feeble reason. The reason was apparently that the demon emperor's disciple killed one of their true disciples, and when negotiations failed, they had no choice but to wage war against the demon emperor. How absurd! The deep sea dragon carp's tone grew indignant as it spoke. Guan smiled and said, "Indeed absurd, but what good is telling me? Do you expect me to uphold justice for the demon emperor?" The deep sea dragon carp quickly shook its head, saying, "How could I dare think such a thing? It's just that the demon emperor seems promising. Maybe you could save him and bring him to the hidden spirit palace?" Sar the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even the sea demons admired the demon emperor's deeds. He not only saved people but demons. Before becoming the demon emperor, he roamed the world, eradicating evil and helping the weak. These stories were well known among the demon race, and the deep sea dragon carp, having heard many, also grew fond of him. "I've never met him, so how could I accept him? You haven't genuinely ventured into the world. How can you understand a person from hearsay? Go out and train. You can even look for the demon emperor, but don't think of saving him." Guan chuckled softly. He too was quite pleased with the demon emperor. 2 million years ago, Guan had saved the demon before he became the demon emperor, speaking a few words that the demon held dear for a lifetime, practicing them faithfully till today, which was rare. Of course, pleased or not, it was not enough for Guan to intervene. From his perspective, the demon emperor would break free eventually, reaching greater realms and firmly establishing himself in the celestial spirit great world. The current tribulation was but a chapter in the demon emperor's life, one that he would overcome. The deep sea dragon carp hesitated, truly wanting to seek out the demon emperor. "Alright, I'm leaving. Think it over. If you want to go, leave an avatar and do not need to inform me." With these words, Guan vanished, leaving the deep sea dragon carp in contemplation. Elsewhere, Guan arrived at a small island near the Immortal Seeking Island. Sitting on a reef, he faced the sea breeze and began his lifespan reincarnation. You have consumed 1 billion years of lifespan to start a reincarnation evolution. Please choose to reincarnate to either the past, present, or future. The past. Going to the past might reveal insights about the ancient celestial court, gathering useful information for the present. Reincarnating to the future offered unreliable intelligence, serving only cultivation and Dao enlightenment purposes. Would you like to select a previous reincarnation body for rebirth? Connecting to the Dao rules. Searching for reincarnation heavens and earth. You have the following options, choose 1. Ling Mountain 2. Endless Jade Pool 3. Profound Abyss Divine Pool. These places all appeared imposing. Ling Mountain's grandeur was evident even to Guan, harboring Daoist immortals. However, Guan did not wish to become a monk. His gaze fell on the profound Abyss Divine Pool, which lay in the underworld, the land of reincarnation. He had never visited the underworld, but he saw its immense expanse, larger than all 3,000 great worlds combined. The underworld was not fully covered by celestial Dao destiny, proving the strength of the profound Abyss Divine Pool. You have chosen to reincarnate into the profound Abyss Divine Pool. This reincarnation will fully retain lifespan seizing and evolution abilities. Reincarnation evolution begins. Year 1, you are born in the other shore heaven as a profound abyss fruit on the profound abyss ancient tree. At 17, a ghost immortal comes to the profound abyss ancient tree for enlightenment, and you observe his actions with curiosity. At 102, you watch this ghost immortal cultivate divine skills, silently noting all his techniques. At 227, the ghost immortal departs, and you gradually comprehend the chi absorption technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746, Gu Xian, Profound Abyss, Tai How Profound Abyss Fruit? How did I get reincarnated as a fruit? Guan looked at the prompt before him, feeling that he would spend the next several thousand years stuck on a tree, without any choice in the matter. This is quite novel. Guan continued to read on, with prompts continuously appearing. As the profound abyss fruit, he encountered various passers-by in the ensuing years. There were ghost immortals, demons, as well as humans. Some just passed by, while others, like that ghost immortal, lingered. But the wait lasted longer than he anticipated. Over 10,000 years passed, and he was still a profound abyss fruit. At the age of 12,732, you comprehended nature's essence and grasped the path of yin and yang, enhancing your Tao practice. At the age of 12,803, a torrential rain fell under the celestial vault. Never having felt rain before, you reveled in the downpour, refining your physical body. At the age of 13,146, swaying in the wind, you detached from the vine and fell to the ground. With nature's spiritual energy converging around you, you began transformation. Please choose your gender. The prompt paused here, and Guwen furrowed his brow. Do I need to choose? No. Guwen made his decision. Over the past tens of thousands of years, as a transformed fruit, he had observed the difference between the sexes, likely contemplating this for years. After choosing, his reincarnation body gestated for a full 100 years before the transformation succeeded, and he comprehended his innate divine ability, the profound abyss yin-yang shield. He also took a branch from the profound abyss ancient tree, transforming it into a long staff, and set off to explore other shore heaven. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At the age of 13,307, you encountered a lonely wild ghost who claimed to be chased by the 9 in Divine Mansion and advised you to change your route to avoid them. Do you choose to evade the 9 in Divine Mansion? In a previous life as the Black Profound Emperor, Guwen had experienced the power of the 9 in Divine Mansion. Most of their ghost immortals surpassed the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. With Guwen's current Tao practice, he couldn't grasp the entirety of the underworld but could sense the presence of Daoist immortals within the 9 in Divine Mansion. The barriers of the path of yin and yang were truly formidable, preventing the celestial Tao destiny from fully encompassing the underworld. A newly transformed profound abyss fruit would be no match for the 9 in Divine Mansion. You chose to trust the wild ghost's advice. After a long conversation, you decided to visit Other Shore City as mentioned. The wild ghost wanted to accompany you. Do you agree? No. You rejected its request, but it persisted, and you couldn't drive it away. You learned its name. It called itself Ghost Sanling. After some conflict, you decided to name yourself Gu Xianyu since you were born from the profound abyss ancient tree. At the age of 13,315, you entered Other Shore City with Ghost Sanling. In the same year, you met a cultivator named Zhu Tian Daoist, who claimed to be from Other Shore Heaven. He saw through your essence as a profound abyss fruit and wanted to bring you to Other Shore Heaven for cultivation. Do you agree? Guwen thought that someone who could discern his essence would not be someone he could resist. If they bore ill intentions, refusing would only cause trouble. Besides, Gu Xianyu needed Daoist technique to truly start immortal cultivation. Having lived for over 10,000 years, Gu Xianyu had not yet seized any lifespan. Other Shore Heaven appeared peaceful, indicating a strong foundation. However, in Guwen's time, there was no power named Other Shore Heaven. Even observing the underworld now, he couldn't see Other Shore Heaven. This suggests Other Shore Heaven might perish. That would be good. After Gu Xianyu's cultivation succeeds and he departs, if Other Shore Heaven then perishes, many causes and effects could be hidden. Of course, the demise of Other Shore Heaven might relate to Gu Xianyu. Time would tell. You accepted Zhu Tian Daoist's invitation and followed him to Other Shore Heaven with Ghost Sanling. Along the way, you gained much knowledge and looked forward to your new life. Upon entering the Qi Fortune Dojo in Other Shore Heaven, Zhu Tian Daoist took you to meet the Other Shore Emperor. Apparently, upon your birth, the Other Shore Emperor foresaw your connection and decided to personally take you as a disciple. At the age of 13,316, the Other Shore Emperor taught you the Other Shore Heavenly God skill, saying it was the Daoist technique most suited for you. The subsequent prompts were all about cultivation. Not only Gu Xianyu but also Ghost Sanlang was cultivating. The Other Shore Emperor also taught it a divine skill, making it swear eternal servitude to Gu Xianyu. Guwen felt a sense of gratitude. his reincarnation body always found good mentors. For now, the other shore emperor seemed sincere. If he wanted the profound abyss fruit, there was no need for such elaborate effort. This cultivation lasted for 100,000 years. After 100,000 years, Gu Xianyu had reached the profound yuan-free immortal realm. That year, the other shore emperor sent Gu Xianyu to train at the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion, accompanied by other disciples from Other Shore Heaven. Other Shore Heaven and Nine-Yin Divine Mansion were neighboring underworld Dao courts with a cordial relationship, often exchanging disciples to foster communication. When they arrived at the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion, no mishaps occurred, leaving Gu in without choices to make. After entering the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion, Gu Xianyu stayed for several years before heading to the Netherworld alone for training. Shortly after arriving at the Netherworld, he befriended a fellow Daoist named Taihao. The two bonded instantly, and Taihao invited Gu Xianyu to explore the Netherworld for treasures, claiming there was an ancient treasure left by a great power. Gu finally faced a choice. What treasure? The Netherworld was far from safe. From his current vantage, Gu could see terrible power of reincarnation in its depths, which could affect even the Miaozhen Daoist Immortal if they lingered. He declined Taihao's invitation. You rejected Taihao's invitation. Taihao wasn't angry, telling you to wait by the river before diving into the Netherworld. This filled you with admiration for him. Taihao's bold spirit captivated you, making you yearn to be like him. You began meditating by the Netherworld, commencing cultivation. At the age of 116,542, you were suddenly attacked while cultivating. The assailants were two cultivators from the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion who coveted your ghost slave, Ghost Sanling. Forced to retaliate, after a strenuous battle, you narrowly killed the two Nine-Yin Divine Mansion disciples. You discovered you could seize lifespan, and after some research, used it to elevate the Other Shore Heavenly God skill, achieving a breakthrough in mastery, subtly changing your mindset. At the age of 116,552, three more disciples from the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion arrived, questioning whether you killed their two junior disciples. You chose to strike first, eliminating them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747. 9 Heavens True Dragon Chi Make a Move Directly? S.E.A. The Novel Fire. N.E*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gu raised an eyebrow slightly. From just a few words, he could sense the changes in Gu Xian. Gu Xian was not like this before. He wouldn't even fight, let alone kill. After killing 3 Nine-Yin Divine Mansion disciples again, Gu Xian chose to leave and cultivate in another place. His skill broke through in the same year, obviously using his lifespan evolution ability. It seems Gu Xian is becoming obsessed with the ability to evolve his lifespan. In the subsequent years, beings from the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion came to investigate the deaths of those two disciples constantly. As long as Gu Xian heard their questions, he would kill them directly. There were even times when people knelt and begged for his mercy. Although Gu did not agree with his change, it had come to this, and killing was the only option left. Gu Xian had thoroughly opposed the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion. By the time Gu had a choice, he had already killed more than 10 disciples of the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion. Even if he chose to show mercy then, the Nine-Yin Divine Mansion would not have spared him. It looked like Gu Xian was set to become the next Longzhan, but countless times stronger. Gu carefully monitored the prompts. If Gu Xian's killing spree continued, he would have to find a way to end his life. But unfortunately, all he could do was choose yes or no. He couldn't decide Gu Xian's life and death directly. Fortunately, Gu Xian was not as evil as he had imagined. At the age of 116,722, you encountered a group of people being pursued by evil spirits. You chose to save them, and later learned from them about another half of the world. You were filled with curiosity about the mortal world, so you left the underworld with them. At the age of 116,726, you arrived at the Taoyuan great world of the mortal world, and at the invitation of those people, you visited the Erosion Moon sect. At the age of 116,727, the female cultivator Yen Yueshi you saved in the underworld confessed to you, hoping to marry you. Do you accept? Already extreme and still in love? If something happened to this female cultivator named Yen Yueshi, wouldn't Gu Xianxia go mad? For the sake of all living beings, Guan refused this marriage on behalf of Gu Xianxia. You refused Yen Yuexi's confession. Yen Yueshi begged bitterly, but you were unmoved. Finally, Yen Yueshi, in a rage, cursed you venomously, saying you humiliated her and she would repay you tenfold. Crazy. Rejecting you is humiliating you? Why don't you remember the favor of saving your life? Guan laughed, thinking that this woman named Yen Yueshi was no good. Fortunately, he refused. If she had married Gu Xianxia, who knows how much trouble would follow. Reincarnation continued, and prompts kept popping up. Gu Xianxia left the Erosion Moon sect and traveled through the Taoyuan Great World with Gui Sanling. If anyone troubled him, he killed them directly. But if he encountered someone in distress, whether human, demon, or ghost soul, he would help. Good and evil coexisted, making it hard to judge his nature for the moment. The next life experiences, every scene possible unfolded, which was no longer new to Guan. He could clearly feel Gu Xianxia growing stronger rapidly. In less than 1,000 years since arriving in the mortal world, this guy was about to break through to the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. The growth rate was truly terrifying. The commotion caused by his breakthrough was not small, attracting many strong figures from the Taoyuan Great World to watch. Some even attacked him directly, only to be killed by him, and eventually, it led to the appearance of innate golden immortals. Although Gu Xianxia was no match for the innate golden immortal, he used his innate divine ability, profound abyss yin-yang guard, to escape through the void to outer heaven. Thus, Gu Xianxia began to hide again. Grudges, once formed, truly have no end. After arriving at outer heaven, the dangers increased, and the enemies were stronger, but Gu Xianxia's growth rate did not slow down. He crossed into the innate golden immortal realm at less than 300,000 years old, and this was without wantonly slaughtering living beings. At just over 500,000 years old, Gu Xianxia stepped into the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm and then returned to the underworld with Gui Sanlang, who had also grown strong. He came to the banks of the Yellow Springs River, looking at the ceaseless flowing yellow springs, reminiscing about the past, not expecting before he left. A figure shot out from the Yellow Springs, landing before him. It was Taihao, who had invited him to the Yellow Springs in search of treasures. What Gu Xianxia and Taihao talked about, Guan did not know, but from the prompts, it seemed that they were very happy to be reunited after a long time. Taihao revealed that the 9-yin divine mansion monopolized the power of reincarnation, hindering the soul's rebirth. Their sins were beyond measure. He wanted to invite Gu Xianxia to join him in opposing the 9-yin divine mansion, killing the one who hindered reincarnation. Guan got a chance to choose. This time, he didn't choose to avoid the crisis. Gu Xianxia had lived so long, only relying on the other shore heavenly god skill and profound abyss yin-yang guard. Guan felt it was worth a lifespan of 1 billion years, considered it paid off. From then on, he could venture freely, whether he died early or not mattered less, causing fewer killings. So, Gu Xianxia agreed to Taihao's invitation and went with him to the 9-yin divine mansion. This made Taihao very happy, and they even became sworn brothers. They are all restless souls. Guan sighed in his heart, as if foreseeing the tragedy. After all, the 9-yin divine mansion still ruled the land of reincarnation in the underworld, while the other shore heaven had ceased to exist. At the age of 501,372, Yu and Taihao reached the reincarnation heaven pool of the 9-yin divine mansion. Yu encountered the Tai-yin reverse dragon guarding the pool. Taihao made the first move, and you had to assist. Eventually, you killed the Tai-yin reverse dragon and obtained the reincarnation heaven lotus in the pool. At the age of 501,373, the 9-yin divine mansion sensed your disturbance and sent a large number of disciples to besiege you. It was only then you realized Taihao's true strength far exceeded yours. After a great battle, Taihao took you and escaped the reincarnation heaven pool, reaching the other side of the underworld, where you rested beneath a yin tree. At the age of 501,374, Taihao insisted on teaching you a divine skill called Nine Heavens True Dragon Chi. You mastered it in the same year, surprising Taihao greatly. At the age of 501,380, you and Taihao attacked the Nine Yin Divine Mansion again, encountering them forging billions of souls into Six Paths ghost artifacts. Displeased, you intervened, leading to a great battle. During the battle, you chose to break through, and a massive lightning from the Great Tao descended upon the Nine Yin Divine Mansion. You reached the Taiching Golden Immortal Realm but also attracted the strongest of the Nine Yin Divine Mansion. Despite you and Taihao's best efforts, you were subdued under a great array. At the critical moment, a powerful mana transported you away. You fell into a coma, and upon waking, you were shocked to discover the powerful being who saved you and your brother was your master, the Other Shore Emperor. The Other Shore Emperor revealed that the Nine Yin Divine Mansion had committed countless atrocities, disrupting the Six Paths order. The Other Shore Heaven decided to overthrow the Nine Yin Divine Mansion's rule. He had already appealed to the Zongtian, requesting help from immortal gods. Before the immortal gods arrived, he hoped you and Taihao would cultivate first and not act rashly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748. Against the immortal gods. After being saved by the Other Shore Emperor, Gu Xian and Taihao no longer ventured out, focusing on their cultivation steadfastly. However, when it involved immortal gods, Guan always felt things wouldn't be simple and surely wouldn't go smoothly. The facts were as he anticipated. Gu Xian and Taihao cultivated for 1,000 years, and then immortal gods descended upon the land of reincarnation. At the age of 52,392, immortal gods descended upon the land of reincarnation. The Other Shore Emperor led you and Taihao to invade the Nine Yin Divine Mansion. As the battle commenced, disciples from Other Shore Heaven also joined in, causing the Nine Yin Divine Mansion to fall into a passive state. You began a killing spree, continuously enhancing your comprehension of the Other Shore Heavenly God skill. In the same year, the immortal gods suddenly turned against you, joining forces with the Nine Yin Divine Mansion to besiege Other Shore Heaven. Before your master, the Other Shore Emperor, died, he sent you and Taihao away. You and Taihao fell into reincarnation. You landed in a mortal world, regaining consciousness and vowing to avenge the immortal gods. The immortal gods turned against them, indicating it was a plot against Other Shore Heaven. Alternatively, it could be that the Nine Yin Divine Mansion had convinced the celestial court during the millennium that the Other Shore Emperor was waiting. Although Gu Xian was involved in the downfall of Other Shore Heaven, it wasn't due to him. It was the result of the power struggle between the two forces with the celestial court. Guan had only one feeling after reading it. Weakness is the original sin. The powerful immortal gods showed no mercy, changing their stance without hesitation. Stimulated by this, Gu Xian began to crazily seek power. He destroyed the temples and shrines of immortal gods wherever he went, killing anyone who dared to obstruct him. This naturally led to him attracting the enmity of celestial gods within a few hundred years. Now, no celestial god could match him. His path was paved with slaughter, purely out of revenge, which also offered Guan a choice. Gu Xian started traveling to all heavens and myriad realms, targeting celestial gods specifically, as they were the easiest immortal gods for him to find. They existed in every great thousand world. The title of Immortal Slayer began to spread. At the age of 99,866, you entered Nine Elements' great world for the first time and encountered a group of cultivators besieged by cosmic evil demons. You intervened to save them, and one of the female cultivators called out your name. You then realized it was Yen Yueshi, whom you had rejected back then. Reuniting after a long time, you found her temperament had drastically changed. No longer as reckless as before, but very steady. She wanted to apologize, saying her words back then were nonsense. At her invitation, you headed towards the main world of Nine Elements' great world, Yen Yueshi. Seeing her change in attitude, Gu Wen was somewhat pleased. Of course, even if she suddenly turned against Gu Xian and plotted against him, he wouldn't mind. Surviving until now was already profitable. Anything further was just a gain. After arriving at Nine Elements' great world, the sect of Yan Yueshi and others faced troubles from their enemies, even leading to fierce confrontations. Gu Xian couldn't stand it, intervening directly, using bloodshed to instill fear. Subsequently, he started a killing spree in Nine Elements' great world, targeting either Yan Yuex's enemies or followers of celestial gods, forcing the immortal gods to reveal themselves. But he was at the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm, and with his past achievements, the celestial gods in Nine Elements' great world hesitated to face him. When the celestial gods finally appeared, they brought a celestial army. Even immortal monarchs joined the fray. The epic battle shook the entire great world. In the same year, Gu Xian traversed several great thousand worlds, constantly pursued by immortal gods, locked in relentless conflict. It was only until the following year that Gu Xian astonishingly chose to break through during battle, achieving the heaven-opening Daoist immortal realm. The immense thunder of the great Dao annihilated millions of heavenly soldiers, forcing out an even more powerful immortal god. A mysterious giant hand crossed time and space, seriously injuring Gu Xian, who had just reached the heaven-opening Daoist immortal realm. At the critical moment, Tai Hao appeared and rescued Gu Xian, the two of them escaping to the underworld once again. Gu Xian now harbored immense hatred towards immortal gods, beginning a relentless killing spree of any beings that accidentally wandered into the underworld. Tai Hao couldn't stop him but remained by his side. After 10,000 years, Gu Xian reached the Miaozhen Daoist immortal realm, shaking the entire underworld. Numerous great powers came to visit him. Even the Nine Yin divine mansion sent people, who were immediately killed by him. After the visitors dispersed, Tai Hao challenged him, wanting to spar. Gu Wen then faced the choice of whether to accept the challenge. He unhesitatingly chose to accept, believing from previous hints that Tai Hao was extraordinary. Being able to save Gu Xian from immortal gods was evidence enough of his prowess, making it an ideal opportunity to gauge his strength. Thus, Gu Xian began a fierce battle with Tai Hao. This battle lasted over 10,000 years without yielding a winner. During their combat, they also wreaked havoc upon the Nine Yin divine mansion and eventually fell into the netherworld. During the combat, Gu Xian's other shore heavenly god skill, profound abyss yin yang guard, and Nine Heavens true dragon chi continuously improved, evidently utilizing lifespan to evolve abilities. Yet despite this, Gu Xian didn't gain an advantage over Tai Hao according to the prompts. This guy is indeed strong. His name carries Hao, Ch Fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gu Wen raised his eyebrows, deep in thought. Sharing a name isn't much, but at higher realms, the taboo becomes greater. Someone at Tai Hao's realm wouldn't easily use Hao as part of their name. Could Tai Hao have a connection with the celestial court? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Gu Xian survived 2 immortal god sieges with Tai Hao present each time. At the age of 110,271, Tai Hao halts the battle, declaring it a draw. Do you accept? You chose to accept. Tai Hao praised your talent and comprehension as the strongest he has ever seen, agreeing to spar again after surpassing the Daoist immortal realm. You happily agreed. Afterwards, you two decided to rest for 100 years and then completely flatten the Nine Yin divine mansion. At the age of 110,371, you and Tai Hao descended upon the Nine Yin divine mansion, destroying it. As you prepared to wipe them out, a Dao extreme Daoist immortal arrived. Feeling he wasn't an opponent, Tai Hao pulled you away, and you two left the underworld, arriving in the mortal world. At the age of 110,372, you and Tai Hao arrived at the Taisher Great World, which was being ravaged by chaos evil demons. You chose to intervene, and within less than half a year, you eradicated the chaos evil demons in this world. At the age of 110,399, you and Tai Hao arrived at Abyss Dao Sea and discovered a spiritual spring by chance. You chose to bathe there, strengthening your bodies, Ghost third brother's ghost body also transformed. At the age of 110,653, Yu and Taihao left Abyss Dao Sea, entering the path of the Great Dao. You encountered the birth of a Daoist emperor, who, noticing your formidable aura, chose to attack you. You killed him fiercely, offending his sect behind him. With others using divine sense, they threatened to consign you to eternal damnation. At the age of 110,701, the Donglan Emperor clan descended upon the path of the Great Dao, besieging you too. In the end, you and Taihao slaughtered thousands of cultivators from the Donglan Emperor clan. At the age of 110,702, you arrived at Primordial Emperor domain and exterminated the Donglan Emperor clan. In the same year, your other Shore Heavenly God skill reached a new level of achievement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.